Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The lamp didn't flicker as I nudged the switch. My fingers traced the familiar path over worn wallpaper, but no light followed. Each step I took seemed to dissolve into the floor, the creak of the boards absent as if they'd forgotten their part. The air carried an unsettling stillness, an expectation unfulfilled. I watched the shadow of the curtain, waiting for its usual sway that never came. Beneath my feet, the carpet felt uneven, not from where, but from something unspoken beneath. The room held its breath, not just quiet, but listening. The scent of vanilla lingers, always vanilla. I can't place when it started, but it follows me through these fragments of memory like a thread I keep losing and finding again. Sometimes it's stronger, overwhelming even, and other times it's barely there, just a whisper at the edge of consciousness. I remember standing in a kitchen. The countertop was white marble, cold under my palms. Someone was speaking behind me, their voice muffled as if coming through water. The words felt important then, urgent somehow, but now they slip away whenever I reach for them. All that remains is the weight of their tone, heavy with something I should have understood. The vanilla was there too, coming from somewhere I couldn't see. There was a woman, I think. Her hair caught the light in a way that made me look twice, though I can't recall the color or length now. She moved through spaces like she belonged everywhere and nowhere at once. When she spoke, her words had edges to them, sharp little things that stuck in my mind long after the meaning faded. "You never really know someone," she might have said, or maybe that's what I tell myself she said. The memory shifts each time I touch it, like trying to hold water. I was looking for something, a photograph perhaps, or a letter. My hands moved through drawers with practiced efficiency, as if I'd done this before, many times before. The wood was smooth under my fingertips, well worn from years of opening and closing. Inside, the usual debris of living. Pens that didn't work, rubber bands, coins, receipts folded into small squares. But there was something else, something that didn't belong with the mundane collection. I can almost see it now, almost feel its weight in my palm, but the image fractures whenever I focus too hard. The vanilla grew stronger in that moment, cloying, almost sickening. I found myself in a different room. The transition is lost to me now, one of many gaps that pepper these recollections like holes in fabric. This space was smaller, more intimate. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their spines creating a mosaic of colors and textures. The air tasted of dust and old paper, but underneath it all, that persistent vanilla sweetness. Someone had been reading here recently. A book lay open on a small table, its pages splayed like wings. The text was too far away to read clearly, but I remember thinking it looked important. The kind of book people underline in dog-ear, the kind that changes how you see things. I approached it slowly, though I can't say why I felt the need for caution. The floorboards should have creaked under my weight, but they remained silent, as if the house itself was holding its breath. When I finally reached the table, the book snapped shut of its own accord. Or maybe I closed it. The memory refuses to clarify. The woman appeared again, though I hadn't heard her enter. She stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, watching me with an expression I couldn't decipher. There was something familiar about her posture, the way she tilted her head slightly to the left when she was thinking. Had I seen her do that before? Looking for something specific, her voice carried that same underwater quality, distorted by the fog that seems to surround all these memories. I wanted to answer, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I stood there like a child caught in mischief, my hands still hovering over the closed book. The vanilla scent intensified, and for a moment I felt dizzy with it. She moved closer, and I noticed she left no footprints on the dusty floor. This detail strikes me as significant, though I can't explain why. Everything about her seemed to exist just slightly outside the normal rules of the world, as if she were more suggestion than substance. "Some things are better left buried," she said, or maybe whispered. The words arrived in my mind fully formed, but I'm not certain they came through my ears. I blinked and she was gone. The room felt different in her absence, larger somehow, as if her presence had been compressing the space around us. The book remained on the table, innocent and unremarkable, just pages bound in worn leather. But the vanilla lingered. I remember fragments of a conversation, pieces scattered across what might have been hours or might have been minutes. Time moves strangely in these recollections, stretching and contracting like something alive. She always wore that perfume, someone's voice, though I can't place the speaker. It could have been my own voice echoing back from memory. Vanilla and something else, something darker. You noticed it too. Hard not to, it was everywhere she'd been, like a signature. The voices fade, leaving only impressions. I was sitting somewhere during this exchange, my hands wrapped around something warm, a cup perhaps. The ceramic was smooth and slightly chipped near the rim. I remember running my thumb over that imperfection repeatedly, a nervous habit I didn't recognize as my own. The room around me was different again, smaller windows, different light. The wallpaper here was newer, though still somehow familiar. Patterns of tiny flowers repeated endlessly, creating an optical illusion that made the walls seem to breathe. I stood up, though I don't remember deciding to do so. My legs felt unsteady, as if I'd been sitting for a very long time. The cup remained behind, steam still rising from its surface in lazy spirals. Walking felt like swimming through thick air. Each step required conscious effort, and the distance between objects seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The door I was heading toward appeared closer one moment, farther the next. When I finally reached it, the handle was warm under my palm. Not the comfortable warmth of sun-heated metal, but something more organic, more alive. I hesitated, my hand frozen in place, as if some deeper part of my mind was trying to warn me about what lay beyond. But I turned the handle anyway. I always turn the handle. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, lined with doors that all looked identical except for the numbers. But the numbers kept changing when I wasn't watching them directly, rearranging themselves into combinations that felt significant but made no sense. I was looking for a specific door, though I couldn't remember which one. My feet carried me forward with the confidence of familiarity, past door after door, until I stopped in front of one that looked exactly like all the others. This was it, I knew without knowing how I knew. The vanilla scent was overwhelming here, so thick I could almost see it hanging in the air like fog. It made my eyes water and my throat close up, but I couldn't step away. Something was pulling me forward, some invisible thread connected to a truth I'd been avoiding. I raised my hand to knock, then stopped. From inside came the sound of movement, soft and deliberate. Someone was in there, waiting. They knew I was coming. The door opened before my knuckles touched the wood. She stood there, the woman from before, but different somehow. More solid, more present. Her eyes held recognition, as if she'd been expecting me for a very long time. "You're early," she said, though I had no appointment, no schedule to keep. Her smile was warm but somehow wrong, like a photograph that's been retouched too many times. "I've been looking for you," I heard myself say, though I wasn't sure that was true. Had I been looking for her, or had she been drawing me here all along? She stepped aside to let me enter, and I found myself in a room that defied the logic of the building's layout. It was too large, too open, with windows that showed views of places I'd never been but somehow recognized. The vanilla scent was coming from candles scattered throughout the space, their flames dancing without any breeze to move them. The wax pooled in perfect circles, never dripping, never diminishing despite the heat. "Sit," she said, gesturing to a chair I hadn't noticed before. It was upholstered in fabric that felt familiar under my hands, though I couldn't place where I might have touched it before. She settled across from me, her movements graceful and deliberate. When she crossed her legs, I noticed she wasn't wearing shoes, and her feet made no sound against the floor. "You have questions," she said, not a question, but a statement of fact. I did have questions, countless ones, but they all seemed to evaporate the moment I tried to form them into words. Instead, I found myself staring at her hands, which were folded neatly in her lap. Her fingers were long and pale, with nails that caught the candlelight in ways that seemed impossible. "The book," I managed finally. "In the other room, what was it?" Her smile widened, but her eyes remained distant. "What do you think it was?" The question hung between us like smoke. I realized I had no idea what I thought it was, only that it had felt important, dangerous even, the kind of thing that changes everything once you know what's inside. "You've been here before," she continued, and it wasn't a question. "Many times. You always ask about the book." The words hit me like cold water. I had no memory of being here before, but something deep in my chest recognized the truth of what she was saying. The chair did feel familiar. The view from the windows, impossible as it was, felt like something I'd seen countless times. "What happens next?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. She leaned forward, and the vanilla scent intensified until it was all I could smell, all I could taste. Her eyes, which I'd thought were brown, now seemed to shift between colors like oil on water. "You wake up," she whispered, and her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You always wake up." The room began to dissolve around the edges, the walls becoming translucent, then transparent, then gone entirely. The candles flickered out one by one, leaving us in growing darkness, but her eyes remained visible, floating in the void like distant stars. "And then you come back," she said, her voice now coming from very far away. "You always come back." I tried to stand, but the chair was gone. I tried to speak, but my voice made no sound. The vanilla scent was fading, replaced by something else, something cleaner and more sterile. I found myself back in the first room, my hand still on the light switch that wouldn't work. The wallpaper felt the same under my fingertips, worn and familiar. The carpet still felt uneven beneath my feet, hiding its secrets in the space between floor and surface. But something was different now. The silence felt less complete, as if the house had exhaled slightly. The shadow of the curtain moved just barely, a tiny sway that might have been imagination. And there, at the very edge of perception, was the faintest trace of vanilla. I know I'll try the light switch again. I know I'll walk through these rooms, following the scent that calls to me like a siren song. I know I'll find the book and the woman and the impossible room with its dancing candles. Because she was right, I always come back. The lamp didn't flicker as I nudged the switch, but this time I wasn't surprised when no light followed. My fingers found their familiar path over the worn wallpaper, tracing patterns I'd memorized without meaning to. Each step dissolved into the floor with the same silent grace, the floorboards keeping their secrets. But now I could smell it from the very beginning. Vanilla, sweet and cloying and somehow wrong, threading through the stillness like a promise I'm not sure I want kept. The room holds its breath, waiting and listening, and I understand now that it's waiting for me. It's always been waiting for me. I take another step forward, deeper into the familiar mystery, knowing that somewhere ahead lies a truth I'm not ready to face but can't stop searching for. The scent grows stronger with each movement, pulling me forward into the maze of my own fractured memories. And in the distance, so faint I might be imagining it, I hear the sound of a book closing, story 2. The light switch didn't click. My fingers brushed against its smooth surface, but no familiar snap followed. I moved forward, guided by habit more than sight, and the carpet beneath my feet seemed to swallow my steps, offering no reassuring creak or compression. Shadows pooled where the corners of rooms met, lurking like forgotten memories. I reached for the table, anticipating the cool, solid barrier of wood, but my hand passed through unchallenged space. The silence, a heavy blanket, pressed against my ears, and I hesitated, sensing movement where my eyes saw none. Something felt off-kilter, a balance long unsteadied, as if the room itself held its breath. The sensation returns to me now, months later, as I sit in this unfamiliar office with its beige walls and the faint smell of industrial cleaning solution. The detective across from me shuffles papers with practiced indifference. Her voice carries the weight of routine questions asked too many times before. You mentioned inconsistencies in the apartment layout. Did I say that? The memory fractures, splits into versions of itself. I remember standing in that doorway, but was it the first time or the third? The furniture had been moved. Or perhaps it had always been that way, and my certainty was the thing that had shifted. I think about the neighbor who lived below. She had thin wrists and nervous hands that never stopped moving. When she spoke to me in the hallway, her fingers traced patterns against the wall behind her. The sound stopped around midnight, she had told me, but not all at once, like someone was tiptoeing around, trying not to wake anyone. Her eyes had darted toward the stairs leading up, though I suppose that doesn't make much sense now, does it? The case file sits between us on the desk, manila folder, standard issue, containing photographs I've seen too many times. In one, the coffee cup rests on the kitchen counter, still holding liquid. In another, the bedroom appears undisturbed, covers pulled tight with military precision. But there's something wrong with the angles, something that makes my vision blur when I try to focus on the details. I had been hired to find answers. That's what I do, what I've always done. People disappear and I follow the threads they leave behind. Usually those threads lead somewhere comprehensible, a new life in another state, a lover kept secret, debt collectors and fresh starts, clean endings wrapped in explicable motives. This felt different from the beginning. The missing person had lived alone in a downtown apartment building, the kind with narrow hallways and thin walls that amplified every conversation. The building manager had keys to every unit but claimed he rarely used them. The mailbox overflowed with catalogs and bills, but no personal correspondence. No family photographs decorated the sparse rooms. No address book by the telephone. Like they were already gone before they left, the manager had said, jangling his key ring against his palm. I remember writing that phrase in my notebook. The ink had smudged before it dried. The detective asks me about timeline, and I struggle to arrange the events in proper sequence. Did I interview the neighbor before or after I discovered the apartment's strange layout? When did I first notice the way sound seemed to bend in those rooms, creating echoes where none should exist? My notes from that period contradict themselves. On one page, I've written that the bedroom window faced east. On another, I've sketched the same window facing west. The handwriting is unmistakably mine, but the observations cannot both be true. Memory plays tricks, the detective says, not unkindly, especially when we're trying too hard to make sense of something senseless. But this feels different than faulty memory. This feels like the world itself had become unreliable. I think about the phone calls, 3 of them spread across 2 weeks. Each time, a voice I didn't recognize asking if I had found anything yet. Not asking about the missing person specifically, but about finding something. The distinction seems important now, though I couldn't say why. "Who is this?" I had asked during the 3rd call. The line went quiet for so long I thought the connection had been lost. Then, "Someone who hopes you'll stop looking." The call ended. When I tried to trace the number, it led to a disconnected line. In my apartment that night, I spread out everything I had collected: photographs of empty rooms, transcripts of conversations that revealed nothing, a business card from a restaurant where no one remembered serving the missing person, despite what appeared to be a regular customer loyalty stamp collection. The evidence formed no pattern I could recognize. Each piece seemed to contradict the others, as if I were investigating multiple different cases that had somehow become entangled. I remember standing at my kitchen window, looking down at the street below. A figure stood beneath the streetlight, too far away to make out clearly. They remained motionless for what felt like hours. When I checked again later, they were gone, but the light itself had moved to a different position. That's when I began to doubt my own perceptions. The detective slides a photograph across the desk. It shows the apartment's living room, but something about it makes my stomach tight. The furniture sits in different positions than I remember. The walls appear to be a different color. Even the windows seem wrong, too large or too small, or facing the wrong direction entirely. "This was taken the day after you filed your report," she says. "Does anything look out of place to you?" Everything looks out of place, but I can't articulate why without sounding unhinged. The couch should be against the far wall, not centered in the room. The coffee table should be rectangular, not round. The bookshelf should contain books, not stand empty with its shelves coated in dust that suggests years of disuse. "It's different," I say finally. "Different how?" I struggle to find words that won't make me sound delusional. The layout, the arrangement, it's not how I remember it. She makes a note, her pen scratching against paper with unnecessary force. Memory can be unreliable under stress. But this isn't stress playing tricks on my mind. This is something else entirely. I think about the building's superintendent again, how he had fumbled with his keys when we reached the apartment door, trying several before finding one that worked, how he had paused in the doorway, head tilted as if listening for something. "Funny thing about this place," he had said, "tenants never stay long. People move in, seem happy enough, then pack up and leave without much explanation, usually in the middle of their lease." He had gestured toward the empty rooms beyond. This one lasted longer than most, almost 2 years. I was starting to think they might actually stay. The apartment had felt hollow even then, as if it had been abandoned for months rather than days. Dust had already begun to settle on surfaces. The air held that stagnant quality of spaces where no one breathes regularly. But the coffee cup on the kitchen counter had been half full, liquid still liquid, not yet evaporated or grown moldy. Fresh milk in the refrigerator, bread on the counter that hadn't yet begun to stale. Signs of recent habitation in a place that felt long deserted. The detective asks about my relationship with the missing person, and I realize I don't have a good answer. I had been hired to find them, but I can't remember who hired me. My appointment calendar shows the meeting, but no name is recorded. My bank account shows a deposit, but the source is listed simply as cash transaction. This should have been a red flag. I always document my clients carefully. Insurance requires it. Professional ethics demand it. Yet somehow I had accepted this case without following any of my usual protocols. "You don't remember who hired you?" the detective asks. I shake my head, though the motion makes me feel dizzy. I have notes, but they're incomplete, contradictory. She leans back in her chair, studying my face with the practiced assessment of someone who has heard many stories and believed few of them. "Walk me through what you do remember." The fragments come back in pieces. A voice on the phone, gender indeterminate, accent unplaceable. They had spoken about someone who had stopped being where they should be, not missing exactly, just absent from their expected place in the world. The caller had known details about my work that weren't public information. Cases I had solved years ago, methods I used that I had never discussed with anyone. It had felt like being interviewed by someone who already knew all my answers. "Why me?" I had asked. "Because you find people who don't want to be found," the voice had replied. "And sometimes you find people who were never really there to begin with." That phrase echoes now with new significance. People who were never really there to begin with. I think about the apartment again, how the rooms had seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, how doorways appeared in walls where I was certain none had existed moments before, how the view from the windows changed depending on which angle I approached them from. The detective shows me another photograph. This one captures the apartment's kitchen, and I feel a chill of recognition mixed with wrongness. The refrigerator stands where I remember it, but it's a different color. The stove has 4 burners instead of 6. The window above the sink looks out onto a brick wall instead of the courtyard I clearly recall seeing. "When was this taken?" I ask. She checks the back of the photograph. "Same day as the other. Why?" I can't explain why without sounding like I've lost my grip on reality. The kitchen in this image isn't the same kitchen I investigated, but it's also not completely different. It's as if someone had taken the room I remember and subtly altered every detail, creating something familiar enough to be recognizable but wrong enough to be disturbing. My notes from that day describe a kitchen with yellow walls and white appliances. The photograph shows blue walls and stainless steel appliances. My handwriting is clear, my observations detailed, but they don't match the documented evidence. "I think I need to see the apartment again," I say. The detective's expression shifts, becomes more guarded. "That's not possible." "Why not?" "The building was condemned last week. Structural issues. It's being demolished next month." This information hits me like a physical blow. The building had seemed solid when I visited it. Old, perhaps, but well maintained. No signs of structural damage or safety concerns. The hallways had been level, the walls straight, the ceilings intact. Condemned for what specifically? She consults her notes. Foundation problems, water damage. The whole structure was apparently compromised. The city inspector said it was unsafe for habitation. But I had been there. I had walked those halls, climbed those stairs, examined every room in the missing person's apartment. Nothing had suggested a building on the verge of collapse. Unless my perceptions had been wrong about that too. The detective closes the file and slides it to her side of the desk. I think we have enough for now. If you remember anything else, anything concrete, give me a call. I want to protest, to insist that there's more to investigate, more questions that need answers. But I can't articulate what those questions are. Every time I tried to grasp the specifics of what troubled me about this case, the details slip away like water through my fingers. Outside the police station, I sit in my car and try to organize my thoughts. The missing person remains missing. The building that housed them is gone. My memories of the investigation don't align with the physical evidence, and I still don't know who hired me to look for someone who may never have existed in the first place. I drive home through streets that seem unfamiliar despite being routes I've traveled for years. Traffic lights appear in intersections where I don't remember seeing them before. Buildings I thought I knew display different architectural details when I look at them closely. Even my own neighborhood feels subtly altered, as if someone had rearranged the landscape while I wasn't paying attention. In my apartment, I spread out my case files again. 3 folders worth of notes, photographs, and observations. But as I read through them, I realized that many of the pages contradict not just the police evidence, but each other. My own handwriting tells multiple versions of the same events, each version slightly different from the others. In one account, the missing person's apartment had hardwood floors. In another, wall-to-wall carpeting. One set of notes describes a building with 5 floors. Another mentions 7. The inconsistencies multiply the more carefully I examine them, until I begin to wonder if I've been investigating the same case at all, or if somehow multiple different cases have become confused in my files. I find myself returning to the neighbor with the nervous hands. She had been the most concrete witness I interviewed, the most specific in her observations. But when I look for my notes from our conversation, I discover multiple versions of what she told me. In the first version, she reported hearing footsteps above her apartment at unusual hours. In the second, she mentioned voices, though she couldn't make out words. In the third, she described music playing softly, the same song repeated over and over until she could hum along despite never having heard it before. All 3 conversations are documented in my handwriting, dated on the same day, supposedly taking place in the same location. But they can't all be accurate accounts of the same interaction. I call the police station and ask to speak with the detective again. When she comes to the phone, her voice carries a note of impatience. "I need to ask you about the neighbor," I say, "the woman who lived below the missing person's apartment." There's a pause. "What neighbor?" "The one with the nervous hands. She reported hearing sounds from upstairs." Another pause, longer this time. "I don't have any record of you interviewing a neighbor. According to our files, the apartments on either side of the unit were vacant, and there's no apartment directly below it. The missing person lived on the ground floor." The phone feels heavy in my hand. That's not possible. I spoke with her multiple times. I have detailed notes. I'm looking at the building layout right now, the detective says. Ground floor, corner unit. No apartments below, and the adjacent units have been empty for months. After she hangs up, I sit staring at my notes about the neighbor. 3 different conversations, all documented in careful detail. Descriptions of her appearance, her mannerisms, her specific observations about sounds from the apartment above. But according to the official record, she couldn't exist. I begin to doubt everything. That night I dream about the apartment building. In the dream, I walk through endless corridors that stretch far beyond what the building's exterior dimensions should allow. Doors line both walls, each one identical to the others, each one opening onto the same empty rooms. The carpet beneath my feet shifts color and texture as I walk, sometimes plush and new, sometimes worn thin by decades of foot traffic. I'm looking for something, though I can't remember what. Each room I enter seems familiar, as if I've been there before, but the details change when I'm not looking directly at them. Windows appear and disappear. Furniture rearranges itself. Walls expand and contract like breathing. In one room, I find a coffee cup sitting on a kitchen counter. It's half full, liquid still liquid, exactly as I remember. But when I reach for it, my hand passes through empty air. The cup is there and not there simultaneously, existing only when I'm not trying to interact with it. I wake with the taste of stale coffee in my mouth and the sensation that someone has been watching me sleep. The next morning, I drive to where the apartment building used to stand. The lot is empty, scraped clean of any evidence that a structure ever existed there. But the emptiness feels wrong, too complete. Even demolished buildings leave traces, foundation remnants, utility connections, disturbed soil patterns. This lot looks as if it had been vacant for years. I approach the construction worker operating a small bulldozer nearby and ask about the demolition. "What demolition?" he says, pulling off his hard hat to wipe sweat from his forehead. "The apartment building that was here. It was condemned last week." He looks at the empty lot, then back at me. "This lot's been empty since I started working this neighborhood 3 years ago. We're just clearing some overgrowth before they start new construction." But I had been here. I had climbed those stairs, walked those hallways, examined those rooms. The building had been real, solid, inhabited. I have photographs of its interior, notes about its layout, detailed observations of its condition. Don't I? When I check my files that evening, I find that many of the photographs have changed. Images I remember clearly now show different details. The apartment's living room appears smaller. The kitchen faces a different direction. The bedroom window looks out onto a view that doesn't match the building's supposed location. Or perhaps my memory of the photographs is what has changed. I can no longer trust my own perceptions. Every piece of evidence I collected seems to shift when I'm not looking at it directly. My notes rewrite themselves. My photographs capture different scenes depending on when I examine them. The case file grows thicker, but the information it contains becomes less reliable. The missing person remains missing, but I'm beginning to suspect they were never really there to begin with. The apartment building stands empty in my memory, but apparently never existed in reality. The neighbor who provided crucial witness testimony couldn't have existed in a building layout that didn't include her apartment. I think about the voice on the phone who hired me, how they had known details about my work that I had never shared with anyone, how they had spoken about finding people who were never really there to begin with, how they had seemed unsurprised when I reported that the investigation wasn't progressing normally. Perhaps this was never about finding a missing person. Perhaps it was about something else entirely. I sit in my office, surrounded by files that document an investigation into events that may never have occurred. The evidence contradicts itself at every turn. My memories shift like sand. The physical locations I investigated have apparently never existed. But the experience was real. The hours I spent walking through those rooms, interviewing witnesses, documenting evidence. The growing sense of unease as details refused to align properly. The certainty that something was deeply wrong, even when I couldn't identify what. That certainty remains, even as everything else dissolves into uncertainty. I think about calling the detective again, but I'm not sure what I would tell her. That I investigated a case that never existed. That I was hired by someone who may not be real to find someone who was never there. That the building I examined in detail was demolished before it was built. Instead, I sit in the gathering darkness of my office and try to understand what happened to me. The case file sits open on my desk, its contents shifting subtly whenever I'm not looking directly at them. My notes rewrite themselves in my own handwriting. My photographs capture scenes that exist only in the moment I observe them. I think about the missing person, whoever they were or weren't. In my mind, they exist as a collection of absences. The empty apartment, the unused furniture, the coffee cup that held liquid in a place where no one lived. They were never really there, but their absence was so complete it created its own presence. Perhaps that's what I was hired to find. Not a person, but an absence. Not a solution, but a mystery that would consume my certainty and leave me questioning the reliability of my own perceptions. If so, the case was a success. I close the file and lock it in my desk drawer. Tomorrow I'll probably open it again and find that its contents have changed once more. The investigation will continue to evolve even though it's officially over. The missing person will remain missing even though they may never have existed. And I'll continue to wonder whether the person who hired me was real, or if I hired myself to investigate my own capacity for self-deception. The light switch in my office clicks when I press it. The familiar snap reassures me that some things still work as expected, but as I leave the building, I can't shake the feeling that the switch will be different when I return tomorrow. Smoother perhaps, silent, just another small change in a world that refuses to remain constant. The case is closed, but it will never be solved. Some mysteries are designed not to be resolved, but to be experienced, to change the person who encounters them. I drive home through streets that may or may not be the same streets I've always traveled, past buildings that shift their details when I'm not looking directly at them. In my rearview mirror, I catch glimpses of a figure standing beneath streetlights, too far away to see clearly. But I don't look back directly. Some things are better observed peripherally, acknowledged without being confronted. The missing person is still missing. The case remains open in my mind, even though it's closed in my files. And somewhere, a voice that may or may not exist continues to ask whether I've found what I was looking for. I haven't, but I'm no longer sure what I was supposed to find. Story 3. Dawn's first touch lay gentle upon the old attic, dust motes swirling in lazy circles through the shaft of light piercing a small window. The wooden floor was cool underfoot, its surface groaning with every hesitant step. Shelves lined with forgotten relics stood undisturbed, save for one picture frame that lay face down. The air held a peculiar stillness, interrupted only by the unsettling rustle of paper from a corner where no draft should reach. The picture frame draws my attention first, its silver edges tarnished with age. I remember placing it upright just days ago, adjusting it carefully so the faces inside would catch the morning light. Now it lies flat against the dusty shelf, as if someone had deliberately turned it away from view. The glass reflects nothing but the ceiling beams above, creating a mirror that shows only emptiness. When I lift it, the weight feels wrong somehow, lighter than before, though the photograph inside remains unchanged. Those faces in the photograph smile with the frozen enthusiasm of a family gathering. The woman in the center wears a blue dress I recognize from the cedar chest downstairs. Her hand rests on the shoulder of a child whose eyes seem to follow my movements around the room. Behind them stands a man with familiar features, though his expression carries something I never noticed before: a tightness around his mouth, a distance in his gaze that suggests he was already somewhere else when the shutter clicked. The cedar chest itself occupies my thoughts as I set the frame back in its place. Its brass hinges had squeaked when I opened it last week, releasing the scent of mothballs and faded perfume. Inside, the blue dress lay folded with military precision, surrounded by other garments that spoke of a life carefully preserved. Yet when I returned the next day, the dress was gone. The chest remained locked, the key still hanging from its ribbon on the wall, but somehow that particular piece had vanished into air. The key itself tells a story I'm only beginning to understand. Its metal surface bears the tiny scratches of frequent use, worn smooth in places where fingers have gripped it countless times. The ribbon from which it hangs shows signs of being retied recently, the bow too perfect, too deliberate for something that should have remained untouched. Sometimes I find it swaying slightly when I enter the attic, as if someone has just released it from their grasp. A music box sits on the far shelf, its lid slightly ajar. The ballerina inside remains frozen mid-pirouette, her pink tutu faded to the color of old roses. I remember winding it as a child, watching her spin to a melody that seemed to echo through the entire house. Now when I attempt to close the lid completely, it springs back open with a soft click, as though something inside resists being contained. The mechanism no longer plays its tune, but sometimes I hear phantom notes drifting through the silence. The silence itself has become a presence in this space. It presses against my eardrums with an almost physical weight, broken only by the settling of old wood and the occasional creak of floorboards beneath my feet. Yet within this quiet I detect other sounds: the whisper of fabric brushing against wood, the soft exhale of breath that might be wind but comes from no discernible source. These sounds follow patterns, arriving at intervals that feel too regular to be random. Footprints in the dust create their own narrative across the attic floor. Mine are easy to identify: the distinctive tread of my hiking boots, the slightly uneven gait that favors my left leg. But other impressions mark the space as well, fainter but unmistakably present. They appear in places I haven't walked, leading to corners I haven't explored, stopping at objects I haven't touched. The dust around these prints seems disturbed in ways that suggest recent activity. A journal bound in cracked leather lies open on a small table near the window, its pages yellow with age, filled with handwriting I almost recognize. The ink has faded to brown, making some passages difficult to decipher, but certain words stand out with startling clarity. References to sleepless nights, to sounds in the walls, to the feeling of being watched. The final entry breaks off mid-sentence, the pen apparently abandoned in haste, leaving a small blot of ink like a period of uncertainty. The handwriting itself shifts subtly throughout the journal's pages. What begins as careful script gradually becomes more hurried, more erratic, as if the writer's composure was slowly unraveling. In the margins, I find notes written in a different hand, entirely corrections, questions, observations that seem to respond to the main text. These secondary notations appear in pencil, their graphite smudged by fingers that trace the words repeatedly. Candle stubs cluster on the windowsill, their wax pooled in irregular puddles that have hardened into abstract sculptures. The wicks are blackened and trimmed short, evidence of long hours spent burning. Yet I find no matches in the attic, no lighter, no means of ignition that would explain their use. The wax itself bears fingerprints pressed into its soft surface while still warm, creating tiny valleys and ridges that catch the light like miniature landscapes. A rocking chair occupies the space beneath the slanted roof, positioned to face the rest of the attic. Its wooden seat is worn smooth from use, the arms darkened by the oils of countless hands. When I pass by, it sometimes moves slightly, settling into motion with the gentle rhythm of someone lost in thought. The movement is subtle but persistent, continuing long after any disturbance from my footsteps should have ceased. Boxes stacked against the far wall contain fragments of a life I'm struggling to piece together. Clothing folded with care, letters tied with ribbon, small trinkets wrapped in tissue paper that crumbles at my touch. Each box bears a label written in that same shifting handwriting from the journal, though the organizational system remains unclear to me. Items that seem related are separated, while unconnected objects share the same container. The letters themselves tell conflicting stories. Some speak of happiness and contentment, describing daily routines and small pleasures with genuine warmth. Others carry undertones of worry, references to problems that are never fully explained, concerns about safety and trust that grow more pronounced with each correspondence. The dates on the envelopes create no clear chronology. Some appear out of sequence, as if time itself has become unreliable. A mirror propped against the wall reflects the attic space with unsettling accuracy. Its silver backing has begun to deteriorate, creating dark spots that obscure portions of the reflection like holes in reality. When I position myself before it, my image appears fragmented, broken into pieces by the mirror's imperfections. Sometimes I catch movement in its surface that doesn't correspond to my own actions, shadows that shift independently of their sources. The shadows themselves seem to have substance in this place. They pool in corners where the light should reach, creating pockets of darkness that resist illumination. As the sun moves across the sky, these shadows don't shift as they should, maintaining their positions with stubborn persistence. Within their depths, I sometimes glimpse shapes that suggest human forms, though they vanish when I focus my attention directly upon them. A child's toy lies abandoned near the rocking chair, a small wooden horse with a painted mane that has chipped away to reveal bare wood beneath. Its eyes are black dots that seem to track my movements around the room. The toy's placement appears deliberate, positioned just so in a clear space where it cannot be missed. Yet I have no memory of placing it there, no recollection of ever seeing it before today. The wooden horse connects to other toys scattered throughout the attic, a doll with tangled hair, building blocks arranged in patterns that might spell words in a language I don't recognize. A kaleidoscope whose colored glass creates images that seem more real than mere reflections. These objects suggest the presence of a child, yet the house's history contains no clear evidence of young occupants. Temperature fluctuations create their own mystery within the attic space. Despite the morning warmth, certain areas remain cold to the touch, as if winter has taken permanent residence in specific corners. My breath sometimes mists in these pockets of chill, while sweat beads on my forehead in adjacent spaces. The transitions between warm and cold are sharp, creating invisible boundaries that divide the room into territories. A calendar hangs from a nail in one of the support beams, its pages turned to a month that holds no significance I can identify. Several dates are circled in red ink, connected by lines that form a pattern resembling a constellation. The circles are drawn with varying pressure, some barely visible while others press through multiple pages. The red ink appears fresh despite the calendar's obvious age. The nail itself draws my attention. It's newer than the surrounding wood, its surface bright and unmarked by rust or age. Someone has driven it into the beam recently, using enough force to sink it deep into the hardwood. Tiny wood shavings still cling to the beam around the nail's head, suggesting the installation was completed within days rather than years. Books line a makeshift shelf constructed from boards and bricks. Their spines show the wear of frequent handling, pages softened by countless readings. The subjects vary wildly, gardening manuals beside psychology texts, cookbooks adjacent to treatises on architecture. Bookmarks protrude from many volumes, marking passages that seem to have held particular significance for their reader. One volume stands apart from the others, bound in red leather with no title visible on its spine. Its pages contain handwritten text in multiple inks, as if composed over many sessions. The content reads like a manual of some kind, offering detailed instructions for tasks that are never clearly defined. Diagrams accompany the text, technical drawings that depict processes I cannot identify but somehow find disturbing. The red leather shows signs of frequent consultation, its surface worn smooth in places where hands have gripped it repeatedly. Certain pages fall open naturally, suggesting they have been read and reread until the binding has memorized their positions. In the margins, someone has added notes in pencil, corrections, and clarifications that suggest the original text was being refined through practice. A clock face without hands sits on the shelf beside the books. Its numbers are clear and evenly spaced, but the mechanism that should indicate time has been removed entirely. The absence creates a void at the clock's center, a circular emptiness that draws the eye and holds it. Without the constant motion of hands marking moments, time itself seems suspended in this space. The suspension of time becomes more apparent as I spend longer in the attic. The light from the window maintains its angle despite what should be the sun's progression across the sky. My watch has stopped, its hands frozen at an hour that corresponds to no meaningful moment I can recall. The normal rhythms of day seem not to apply here, as if this space exists outside the usual flow of minutes and hours. Dust patterns on the floor tell their own story of movement and stillness. Certain areas remain thick with accumulated particles, untouched for what must be years. Others show signs of recent disturbance, paths worn clean by repeated passage. These clean paths connect specific objects: the rocking chair to the mirror, the journal to the music box, the toy horse to the red leather book, creating a map of purposeful movement. The map suggests routine, a pattern of behavior repeated so often it has worn grooves into the very dust of the place. Someone has walked these paths many times, visiting the same objects in the same sequence, performing actions that have left their mark on the environment. The routine appears to continue even now, as if the behavior has become independent of its original performer. A water stain on the ceiling forms a shape that resembles a face when viewed from certain angles. The discoloration speaks of a leak that has long since been repaired, but the mark remains as a permanent reminder of damage done. The features suggested by the stain, eyes, nose, mouth, seem to shift depending on my position in the room, creating different expressions that range from benevolent to menacing. The stain connects to other marks throughout the attic: scuff marks on the walls, scratches in the wood, discolorations that speak of contact with human hands and bodies. These marks accumulate into a record of habitation, evidence that this space has been occupied far more extensively than its neglected appearance would suggest. The The marks tell of struggle, of urgent movement, of activities that required force and determination. A small window at the far end of the attic provides the only natural light in the space. Its glass is thick and wavy, distorting the view of the world beyond into abstract shapes and colors. Through this imperfect lens, the familiar landscape becomes alien, transformed into something that might exist in a different reality entirely. The distortion makes it impossible to judge distances or identify specific features of the terrain. The window latch shows signs of recent use, its metal surface free of the dust that covers everything else in the attic. Someone has opened this window recently, perhaps to allow fresh air into the stagnant space, perhaps for reasons less innocent. The sill beneath bears marks that suggest it has served as more than just a frame for viewing scratches and gouges that indicate it has been used as a workbench or staging area. A rope coiled in the corner near the window carries implications I prefer not to examine too closely. Its fibers are worn but strong, capable of bearing significant weight. One end shows signs of having been tied and untied repeatedly, the strands slightly frayed from friction against some surface. The rope's placement seems deliberate, positioned for easy access should the need arise. The need itself remains undefined, a possibility that hovers at the edges of my understanding like a word on the tip of my tongue. The objects in this attic suggest preparations for something, arrangements made with specific purposes in mind. Yet the purposes remain obscure, hidden behind a veil of ordinary appearances that might conceal extraordinary intentions. A coffee cup sits on the window sill, its contents long since evaporated to leave only a dark ring at the bottom. The ceramic is chipped at the rim, worn smooth by lips that pressed against it repeatedly. Lipstick traces remain visible despite the passage of time, a shade of red that matches the ink used to circle dates on the calendar. The cup's placement suggests someone sat here regularly, watching through the distorted glass while sipping their beverage. The regularity of this vigil becomes apparent as I examine the sill more closely. Rings from the coffee cup mark multiple positions, as if the watcher changed their vantage point slightly each time they assumed their post. The rings form a semicircle, each position offering a slightly different view through the wavy glass. The pattern suggests systematic observation, a methodical approach to surveillance. Surveillance implies a target, something or someone worthy of such sustained attention. From this window, the view encompasses the house's grounds and the road beyond, though the glass distortion makes precise identification impossible. The watcher could observe arrivals and departures, monitor patterns of movement, track the comings and goings of people who might not realize they were being observed. A telescope lies on its side near the window, its brass fittings tarnished but still functional. When I peer through its eyepiece, the magnification compensates for the window's distortion, bringing distant objects into sharp focus. The instrument is adjusted to a specific setting, focused on a particular point beyond the glass. Through its lens, I can see details that would be invisible to the naked eye, intimate glimpses of activities that were never meant to be observed. The intimacy of this observation creates a sense of violation, as if I have stumbled upon secrets that were never mine to discover. The telescope represents more than casual interest, it speaks of obsession, of a need to know that transcended normal boundaries of privacy and respect. The brass shows fingerprints from repeated handling, evidence of hours spent peering through its lens at targets who remained unaware of the scrutiny. A notebook beside the telescope contains entries that correspond to the circles on the calendar. Times, dates, descriptions of activities observed through the magnifying lens. The handwriting matches that in the journal, but the tone differs significantly. Where the journal entries showed uncertainty and fear, These observations are clinical, detached, recorded with the precision of a scientist studying specimens. The specimens, I realize with growing unease, are people. The notebook catalogs their routines, their habits, their vulnerabilities. It maps their schedules with obsessive precision, noting when they leave, when they return, when they are alone and unprotected. The observations span months, creating detailed profiles of individuals who believed their private lives were unobserved. My own routines appear in the notebook's later pages, described with the same clinical precision applied to the other subjects. My morning walks, my evening rituals, my patterns of sleep and waking, all recorded with meticulous care. The observer has been watching me far longer than I realized, accumulating knowledge about my life that I never consciously shared with anyone. The realization that I have been observed creates a sensation of exposure, as if my skin has been stripped away to reveal everything beneath. Every private moment, every unguarded instant has been cataloged and analyzed by someone whose identity remains hidden. The violation feels complete, total, leaving no aspect of my existence untouched by this unwanted scrutiny. A magnifying glass rests atop the notebook, its lens focusing the window's light into a bright circle that moves across the pages as the sun shifts. The concentrated light illuminates specific passages, highlighting details that seem more significant under magnification. Through the lens, I can see that certain entries have been altered, words scratched out and replaced with others, as if the observer was refining their understanding of their subject's behaviors. The alterations suggest a learning process, a gradual accumulation of knowledge that allowed for more accurate predictions and assessments. The observer was not content with surface observations, but sought to understand the deeper patterns that governed their subjects' lives. This understanding would provide power, the ability to anticipate actions and perhaps influence outcomes. Power and influence manifest in the objects scattered throughout the attic, tools and implements that suggest capabilities beyond mere observation. Keys that fit locks I have never seen, photographs of places I have never been, documents bearing signatures that are not mine but somehow resemble my handwriting. These items speak of preparation, of plans that extend beyond watching into realms of direct action. The documents deserve particular attention, bearing official seals and legal language that would grant their bearer significant authority over the affairs of others. Power of attorney forms, property deeds, insurance policies, all the paperwork necessary to assume control of someone else's life. The signatures are skillfully forged, close enough to pass casual inspection, but revealing their artificial nature under close examination. A practice sheet shows the development of these forgeries, multiple attempts to replicate specific signatures until the reproduction achieves acceptable accuracy. The sheet contains my name written dozens of times in slightly different styles, as if the forger was experimenting with various approaches to mimicry. Some attempts are crude, obviously false, while others achieve a disturbing similarity to my actual signature. The progression from crude to sophisticated suggests time and patience, a willingness to perfect the craft regardless of how long the process required. This dedication speaks to the importance of the ultimate goal, whatever purpose these forged documents were meant to serve. The observer was not content to remain passive, but was actively preparing to intervene in the lives they had been monitoring. Intervention requires opportunity, the right moment when action would be most effective and least likely to be detected. A calendar marked with optimal timing, a schedule of when various subjects would be vulnerable, a plan that coordinates multiple elements into a coherent strategy. The red circles on the calendar begin to make sense as markers of these opportunities, dates when conditions would align for whatever action was being contemplated. The action itself remains undefined, hidden behind layers of preparation and planning that reveal methodology without disclosing ultimate purpose. The observer could be planning anything from simple burglary to more serious crimes, using their accumulated knowledge to maximize success while minimizing risk. The clinical nature of their notes suggests someone capable of treating human beings as objects to be manipulated rather than individuals deserving of respect. A drawer in the small table yields additional evidence of planning, maps marked with routes and timing, photographs of security systems and entry points, detailed floor plans of houses that include mine. The level of preparation is extraordinary, suggesting someone with professional training or natural talent for clandestine activities. Every possible contingency seems to have been considered and planned for. The floor plans of my house are particularly detailed, showing not just the layout of rooms but the location of valuables, the positioning of furniture, the placement of security devices. Notes in the margins indicate the best times for entry, when I am typically absent or asleep. The plan is so thorough it makes me feel transparent, as if my entire life has been reduced to a set of variables in someone else's equation. Variables and equations fill a separate notebook, mathematical calculations that seem to relate to timing and probability. The observer has quantified aspects of human behavior, reducing complex activities to formulas that can be manipulated and predicted. The mathematics are sophisticated, suggesting someone with advanced education or specialized training in statistical analysis. The sophistication of the planning creates a paradox. Such elaborate preparation seems excessive for simple criminal activity, yet the alternative implications are even more disturbing. The level of detail suggests someone planning not just a single action but an ongoing campaign, a sustained effort to control or influence multiple lives over an extended period. The scope is breathtaking and terrifying. Terrifying becomes the dominant emotion as I continue to catalog the attic's contents. Each new discovery adds another layer to a picture that grows more disturbing with every detail. The observer is not a casual voyeur, but someone with serious intentions and the skills necessary to carry them out. The question is no longer what they are planning, but when they intend to act. When might be sooner than I realized. Fresh items appear among the older artifacts, receipts dated within days, newspapers still crisp with recent printing, a coffee cup that remains warm to the touch despite the absence of any visible occupant. Someone has been here recently, perhaps while I was examining other areas of the attic, moving through the space with the familiarity of long practice. The warm coffee cup sits exactly where I found the first one, as if it has been placed there deliberately for me to discover. The lipstick traces match the previous cup, the same shade of red that appears throughout the attic in various forms. The warmth suggests the coffee was consumed within the hour, meaning the observer might still be nearby, watching my exploration of their secret space. Nearby could mean anywhere in the house, any of the rooms below where someone could hide while I stumbled through their carefully arranged display. The attic might be a trap, a way to keep me occupied while the observer moves freely through the rest of the building. The realization makes every sound seem significant, every creak of old wood a potential footstep on the stairs below. The stairs themselves take on new meaning as I consider the possibility of being observed while I observe. Each step I took climbing to the attic announced my presence, alerting anyone in the house to my location and activities. The observer could have easily avoided me, slipping away to safety while I focused my attention on their abandoned workspace. The game of watching has reversed, and I may now be the subject under scrutiny. Scrutiny from hidden eyes creates a sensation of crawling skin, as if insects are moving beneath the surface. Every shadow might conceal a watcher, every reflection in glass or metal might reveal someone standing behind me. The paranoia feels justified given the evidence of sustained observation, yet it also feels like a trap, a way to drive me toward actions that serve someone else's purpose. Purpose returns to the central question that ties together all the attic's mysteries. The elaborate preparation, the detailed surveillance, the forged documents and careful planning, all of it points towards some ultimate goal that remains hidden despite the wealth of evidence. The observer has invested enormous time and energy in their project, suggesting the payoff must be correspondingly significant. Significant enough to justify the risks involved in maintaining such an extensive operation. The attic represents years of work, a sustained effort that required dedication and resources. Someone has made this project the central focus of their life, organizing everything around the need to observe, plan, and prepare for whatever action they contemplate. Contemplation gives way to action eventually, and the evidence suggests that moment may be approaching. The fresh coffee, the recent disturbances in the dust, the sense of imminent presence all indicate that the passive phase of observation is ending. The observer is ready to move from planning to implementation, from watching to acting. Acting on plans that involve my life in ways I am only beginning to understand. The forged documents bearing my signature, the detailed maps of my house, the careful cataloging of my routines. I am not just one subject among many, but perhaps the primary target of this elaborate scheme. The realization brings a chill that has nothing to do with the attic's temperature fluctuations. Temperature and time seem to have lost their normal properties in this space, creating an environment where cause and effect follow different rules. The suspended clock face, the unchanging light, the dust patterns that suggest movement without visible movers, all contribute to a sense that this attic exists outside the normal flow of reality. Reality itself becomes questionable when confronted with evidence that contradicts everything I thought I knew about my life and circumstances. The careful documentation of my activities, the preparation for actions involving my property and identity, the suggestion that I have been living under observation for months or years, these revelations reshape my understanding of what is real and what might be illusion. Illusion and truth blend together in the attic's strange atmosphere, making it impossible to distinguish between genuine evidence and elaborate deception. The objects could be real artifacts of a surveillance operation, or they could be carefully planted props designed to create false impressions and drive me toward specific conclusions. The uncertainty becomes another tool in the observer's arsenal. Arsenal seems an appropriate term for the collection of implements and documents that fill the attic's corners. Each item serves a purpose in a larger strategy, contributing to an overall capability that extends far beyond simple observation. The observer has assembled the tools necessary for identity theft, property fraud, and personal manipulation on a scale that suggests professional expertise. Expertise that might extend to psychological manipulation as well as practical crime. The elaborate staging of the attic, the careful arrangement of clues and evidence, the progression of discoveries that build toward specific realizations, all of it could be designed to produce particular mental states and emotional responses. I might be following a script written by someone who understands exactly how I will react to each new revelation. Reaction and response create their own patterns, and I realize that my exploration of the attic might itself be under observation. Hidden cameras could be recording my movements, my expressions, my reactions to each discovery. The data would provide valuable feedback for refining future operations, improving the observer's ability to predict and control human behavior. Behavior modification through environmental manipulation represents a sophisticated approach to control that goes far beyond simple coercion. By carefully structuring experiences and discoveries, the observer could guide their subjects toward specific decisions and actions without the subjects realizing they are being influenced. The technique would be nearly undetectable and extremely effective. Effectiveness requires feedback, and I search the attic for signs of recording equipment or surveillance devices. The search reveals nothing obvious, but modern technology allows story 4. It wasn't unusual to find the gate open in the mornings. The wind sometimes tugged at the latch, loosening it just enough to let it swing freely with each gust. I would glance at the garden, noting the same footprints in the soft earth, always too large to be ours. The fence needed painting, but no one seemed to mind the peeling white patches flaking away. I noticed the shed door was slightly ajar, revealing a shadow inside, but I chose not to investigate further. I straightened the lawn chair on the porch, knowing it would drift again by evening. Before heading inside, I left the gate unlatched, just like before. The routine had become second nature, as natural as breathing. Each morning I'd wake to the sound of that familiar creaking, metal against metal, and I'd know without looking that the gate had surrendered to another restless night. The house felt different in those early hours, suspended between the weight of sleep and the clarity of dawn. The floorboards beneath my feet held a coolness that hadn't quite shaken off the night's chill. I remember thinking how simple it all seemed. The footprints belonged to the neighbor's son, obviously. He cut through our yard on his way to the bus stop, taking the shortcut everyone in the neighborhood knew about but nobody discussed. The boy was tall for his age, gangly in that awkward way teenagers grow into their limbs. His mother had mentioned it once apologetically over the fence that separated our properties. She'd promised to speak with him about respecting boundaries, but her voice carried the resigned tone of someone who knew their words would fall on deaf ears. The shed door posed no mystery either. The hinges had warped over the summer months, swelling with humidity until they no longer held their position properly. A gentle breeze could nudge it open, revealing the cluttered interior where garden tools leaned against paint cans and forgotten projects gathered dust. Sometimes I'd find it wide open, other times just barely cracked, like someone had tried to close it but hadn't quite succeeded. This explanation satisfied me completely. It made sense of the small disruptions that punctuated my mornings, giving them a logical framework that required no further investigation. The world operated according to predictable patterns, and these minor inconveniences were simply part of the natural order of suburban life. But there were moments when the certainty wavered. The smell hit me first, always when I least expected it. Not unpleasant exactly, but foreign to the familiar sense of our property. It reminded me of wet leaves mixed with something metallic, like pennies left too long in a pocket. The odor would drift across the yard, faint enough that I questioned whether I'd imagined it, strong enough to make me pause and search the air with my nose like an animal tracking prey. The timing bothered me too, though I couldn't articulate why. The footprints appeared with mechanical regularity, always in the same spots, always pointing in the same direction. But the boy's school schedule had changed weeks ago. I'd overheard his mother discussing it with another neighbor, complaining about the earlier start time and how it disrupted their morning routine. Yet the prints continued, unchanged in their pattern and frequency. My hands would shake sometimes when I reached for the gate latch. Not from cold or caffeine withdrawal, but from something deeper, more primitive. My fingers would hesitate just before making contact with the metal, as if some part of my nervous system had developed an aversion to the simple act of securing our property. The sensation reminded me of touching an electric fence, that moment of anticipation before the shock that might or might not come. The lawn chair presented its own puzzle. Each morning I'd find it displaced by exactly the same distance, rotated at the same angle, as if someone had sat in it and then attempted to return it to its original position but had failed to remember the precise placement. The cushion would bear a slight depression, the fabric still holding the impression of weight long after whatever had caused it had departed. I began to notice other details, the way shadows fell differently across the porch, creating pockets of darkness that hadn't existed the day before. The sound of footsteps on gravel that stopped abruptly when I turned to look. The sensation of being observed, not by curious neighbors or passing joggers, but by something patient and deliberate, something that had learned to wait. My dreams started changing around the same time. Not nightmares exactly, but sequences of images that felt more like memories than imagination. I would see myself walking through the yard in darkness, my bare feet finding their way across the dew-soaked grass without conscious guidance. The gate would be closed in these dreams, secured with a chain I didn't recognize, heavy links that felt cold and substantial in my hands. In the dream version of events, I was the one leaving footprints. My feet had somehow grown larger, leaving impressions that looked foreign when viewed in daylight. I would move through the garden with purpose, checking corners and examining shadows, searching for something I couldn't name but would recognize when I found it. The shed took on different dimensions in these nocturnal wanderings. Instead of a cluttered storage space, it became a sanctuary of sorts, a place where I could sit and think without the constant pressure of maintaining normalcy. The tools arranged themselves differently here, organized according to some system that made perfect sense in the logic of dreams but dissolved upon waking. I would spend hours in that imaginary shed, running my fingers over surfaces that felt too smooth, too warm for metal and wood. The air inside carried that same strange scent I'd noticed in the yard, but concentrated, almost overwhelming. It made me dizzy in a pleasant way, like breathing pure oxygen or standing too close to the ocean. The line between sleeping and waking began to blur. I'd find myself standing in the kitchen with no memory of having gotten out of bed, my feet dirty with soil that shouldn't have been there. The taste in my mouth would be wrong, metallic, and sharp, as if I'd been sucking on coins. My pajamas would smell like night air and something else, something organic and alive. The rational explanations started to feel forced, constructed rather than discovered. The neighbor's son became a convenient fiction, a character I'd invented to explain away evidence of my own nighttime activities. The warped shed door transformed into an elaborate self-deception, a way of avoiding the truth about who was really opening and closing it. But what truth, the harder I tried to grasp it, the more it slipped away, leaving me with fragments that refused to coalesce into a coherent picture. I would stand at the kitchen window, coffee mug warming my palms, and watch the yard as if it might reveal its secrets through careful observation. The footprints looked different from this angle, less like the casual impressions of a passing teenager, and more like the deliberate markings of someone conducting a thorough search. The gate's behavior became more erratic. Some mornings I'd find it not just open, but removed entirely from its hinges, leaning against the fence post like someone had grown tired of its resistance. Other days it would be secured with elaborate knots, rope wound through the latch in patterns that hurt to look at directly, as if my eyes couldn't quite process the geometry involved. I started keeping a journal, thinking that written records might help distinguish between actual events and the increasingly vivid scenarios my mind constructed during sleep. but the handwriting varied from entry to entry, sometimes neat and controlled, other times sprawling across the page in letters that looked foreign despite being formed by my own hand. The entries themselves contradicted each other. One day I'd write about finding the yard undisturbed, everything in its proper place. The next entry would describe evidence of extensive activity, items moved and rearranged, new paths worn into the grass. Both accounts felt equally true and equally false, as if truth itself had become negotiable. My reflection in the bathroom mirror started looking unfamiliar, not dramatically changed, but subtly altered in ways that registered at the edge of perception. My eyes seemed larger, more alert, as if they'd grown accustomed to seeing in darkness. My hands appeared rougher, marked by small cuts and stains that I couldn't remember acquiring. Even my posture had shifted, becoming more cautious, more aware of potential threats lurking just outside my field of vision. The neighbors stopped making eye contact during our brief encounters, not rudely, but with the careful avoidance of people who'd witnessed something they preferred not to acknowledge. Conversations became shorter, more formal, stripped of the casual intimacy that had characterized our previous interactions. They would glance toward my property with expressions I couldn't quite read, concern mixed with something that might have been fear. I began to suspect that my two versions of reality were both incomplete, fragments of a larger truth that encompassed elements of each while belonging fully to neither. The teenage boy might exist, but his footprints might mingle with others, creating a pattern too complex to decode through simple observation. The shed door might indeed warp with humidity, but other forces might also influence its position, forces that operated according to different rules. The morning routine continued, but its meaning had transformed. Instead of maintaining order, I was participating in something larger, more significant than I had initially understood. Each adjustment I made to the lawn chair, each decision to leave the gate unlatched, contributed to a system of communication I was only beginning to comprehend. The certainty I'd once felt about the nature of these morning discoveries now seemed like willful blindness, a refusal to acknowledge the complexity of what was actually occurring. But the alternative explanations my mind generated felt equally suspect, tainted by the unreliability of dreams and the distortions of anxiety. Standing at the threshold between night and day, between sleeping and waking, between the story I tell myself and the story that might actually be true, I find myself suspended in a state of permanent uncertainty. The gate will be open again tomorrow morning, and I will straighten the lawn chair, and I will leave everything exactly as I found it, because that's what the situation requires, even though I no longer understand what situation I'm actually in. The only thing I know for certain is that knowing for certain has become impossible, and perhaps that's the most honest place to be. Story 5. The location was accessed at 0742, with environmental controls set to standard protocol. Surveillance footage indicated no unauthorized entries in the preceding 48-hour period. Inventory analysis confirmed all items accounted for, with no signs of tampering or misplacement. Electronic systems reported full operational capacity without interruption. However, on-site temperature readings did not align with expected parameters, registering a decrease of 5 degrees below standard. The security log recorded a single override, time-stamped but unsigned. Personnel signatures match records, though one signature was entered twice. I remember the cold hitting me first. That's what I focus on when people ask me to explain what happened. The cold makes sense. It's measurable, documented, something you can point to in a report and say, see, there's the anomaly. But even as I tell this version, my fingers trace the edge of my badge where a corner has been bent back, and I can't remember when that happened. The facility felt different that morning, though I attributed it to the temperature drop. My footsteps echoed differently on the polished concrete floors, creating a hollow sound that seemed to stretch longer than usual. The fluorescent lights hummed at a frequency that made my teeth ache. I checked my watch twice before reaching the main corridor, both times forgetting what time I'd seen. My supervisor had asked me to investigate the environmental anomaly, standard procedure. The overnight shift had reported everything normal, but the sensors told a different story. I pulled up the data on my tablet, scrolling through neat columns of numbers that should have provided answers. The temperature had dropped gradually over 6 hours, then stabilized at the lower reading. No system failures, no power fluctuations, no explanation. I walked through each section methodically, checking vents and monitoring stations. The air moved sluggishly, carrying a metallic scent that reminded me of old coins. In the storage area, I found the first inconsistency. A clipboard hung from its designated hook, but the pen attached by a chain dangled at the wrong angle, as if someone had used it recently and forgotten to position it properly. The surveillance room was my next stop. I settled into the familiar chair and began reviewing footage from the past 2 days. Hour after hour of empty corridors, static camera angles, the occasional maintenance worker moving through frame. Nothing unusual, nothing that shouldn't be there. Yet something nagged at me as I watched, a sensation like trying to remember a word that stays just beyond reach. But there are other moments, fragments that don't fit this neat explanation. Flashes of memory that feel both foreign and intimately familiar. The taste of copper in my mouth when I first entered the building. The way my reflection in the security monitors seemed to lag a fraction of a second behind my movements. The sound of my own voice saying words I don't remember speaking. I found myself standing in the main corridor again, though I couldn't recall leaving the surveillance room. My tablet showed a gap in my notes, 20 minutes unaccounted for. The bent corner of my badge caught my fingernail as I reached for my pen. When did that happen? The question felt important, urgent, but slipped away before I could grasp why. The logical version continues. I discovered the source of the temperature anomaly in the mechanical room. A sensor malfunction, easily explained by equipment age and normal wear. The unsigned override in the security log belonged to a maintenance worker who had forgotten to complete the paperwork properly. The duplicate signature was a simple human error, someone signing in twice without realizing it. I typed my report with steady hands, each explanation falling into place like puzzle pieces. But my body remembers differently. It remembers the sensation of watching myself from across a room, seeing my hands move over equipment I don't recall touching. It remembers the smell of ozone, sharp and electric, that had nothing to do with any mechanical systems. It remembers the sound of my own breathing, too loud in the silence, and the certainty that someone else was breathing in rhythm with me. I submitted my report and locked the facility according to protocol. The temperature had returned to normal by then, the systems humming contentedly. Everything explained, everything accounted for. But as I walked to my car, I felt eyes watching from windows that should have been empty. I felt the weight of questions I couldn't formulate, answers that dissolved the moment I tried to examine them. The drive home blurred together, familiar streets that seemed to stretch longer than usual. I found myself parked in my driveway with no memory of the last few miles. Inside my house, I poured a glass of water and noticed my hands were shaking slightly. The logical part of my mind attributed this to caffeine, to stress, to the natural response of dealing with workplace anomalies. That night I dreamed of corridors I'd never seen, filled with equipment that served purposes I couldn't identify. In the dream, I was both observer and observed, watching myself move through spaces that felt more real than my waking memories. I woke with the taste of metal in my mouth and the absolute certainty that I had forgotten something crucial. The next morning brought a phone call from my supervisor. The facility's environmental systems had malfunctioned again overnight. The same temperature drop, the same unexplained readings. But this time the surveillance footage showed something different. It showed me moving through the facility at times when I was definitely at home, sleeping in my own bed. I stared at the timestamp on the footage, comparing it to the clock on my nightstand. The numbers didn't align with any version of reality I could accept. Yet there I was on the screen, walking with purpose through corridors I had left secured and empty. My movements looked natural, familiar, as if I belonged there in the small hours before dawn. The rational explanation crumbled as I watched myself on the monitor performing actions I had no memory of taking. But even this impossibility felt like a surface truth, hiding something deeper and more unsettling. The figure on the screen moved with my gait, wore my face, but something in the posture suggested a different consciousness, a separate will operating within familiar flesh. I called in sick that day, unable to face questions I couldn't answer. Instead, I sat in my kitchen trying to reconstruct the previous evening. I remembered dinner, television, the gradual settling into sleep, but the memories felt thin, like photographs viewed through frosted glass. Between each clear moment lay gaps I couldn't account for, spaces where other experiences might have occurred. My reflection in the kitchen window showed the same face I'd always known, but it seemed to be looking back at me with mild curiosity, as if we were strangers meeting for the first time. I touched the glass, and my reflection touched back, but the timing felt slightly off, creating a disorienting echo of movement. The facility called again, more anomalies, more footage of my nocturnal visits. Each time, the figure on the surveillance cameras looked more familiar and more alien simultaneously. I began to recognize patterns in its behavior, routines that felt like muscle memory from someone else's life. It knew where things were kept, how systems operated, which codes would grant access to restricted areas. I stopped trying to explain the discrepancies and started trying to understand them. The temperature drops corresponded to my recorded visits, but they also aligned with something else, a rhythm I couldn't identify. The unsigned overrides in the security logs formed a pattern that suggested deliberate intent rather than random error. Even the duplicate signature began to look less like a mistake and more like a message. The boundaries between my waking self and this other version began to blur. I would find myself reaching for tools I didn't remember needing, taking routes to work that served no logical purpose but felt intuitively correct. My hands moved with confidence through procedures I couldn't consciously recall learning. Words formed in my mouth before thoughts could shape them. Standing in my supervisor's office, watching footage of myself performing actions I couldn't remember, I felt the two narratives collapse into each other. The rational explanation and the impossible truth occupied the same space, like overlapping photographs that created a double exposure of reality. I was both the investigator and the anomaly, the observer and the observed, the question and the answer that refused to resolve. The facility remains under investigation, though I'm no longer assigned to the case. The environmental anomalies continue, along with the unexplained footage and the unsigned security logs. Sometimes I drive past the building and see lights in windows that should be dark, movements behind glass that surveillance cameras never seem to capture clearly. I still can't tell you what really happened in those corridors, whether the truth lies in equipment malfunctions and human error, or in the spaces between memory and forgetting where other selves might exist. The bent corner of my badge catches the light differently now, creating shadows that shift when I'm not looking directly at them. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I taste metal and wonder which version of myself will wake up in the morning. Story 6. I sat perfectly still, my eyes tracing the line where the shadow of the bookshelf ended on the carpet. The air in the room felt charged, thick with an unspoken intent. Occasionally, the old wood frame of the house would groan, a tired protest against the silence that enveloped me. The curtains trembled as if touched, but the windows were sealed tight. I waited, breath caught in a perpetual pause, for some sign of clarity in the dim light. Then from beneath the chair, a floorboard shifted, a soft sigh that shouldn't have been. That sound, I keep coming back to it, the way wood breathes when weight shifts above it, like someone stepping carefully, deliberately. But I was alone in that room. I had to be alone. The memory fractures here, splitting into pieces I can't quite hold together. There's the smell of dust motes dancing in afternoon light, the way my fingers gripped the armrest until my knuckles went white, and something else. A presence that wasn't quite presence, a watching that felt like being studied under glass. I try to remember why I was there in the first place. The reason slips away like water through cupped hands. Something about papers, maybe, documents that needed reviewing. Or was it a book I'd been searching for? The shelves stretched up toward the ceiling, filled with volumes whose titles I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. The curtains moved again, just a flutter, barely perceptible, but I saw it, felt it. The windows were sealed, I'm certain of that. The kind of old house where paint has glued the frames shut over decades of neglect. So why did the fabric sway like that, like fingers had brushed against it from the other side? My therapist says trauma does things to memory, makes us forget what we need to remember and remember what we need to forget. She uses words like dissociation and repression, clinical terms that feel too plain for what lives in the spaces between my thoughts. There was someone else in the house that day. I'm almost certain of it now, not in the room with me, but somewhere close. The floorboards in the hallway creaked with a rhythm too regular to be settling wood. Footsteps, maybe, or the sound of someone pacing, thinking, planning. But when I try to focus on who it might have been, the image dissolves, like trying to look directly at a star and finding it vanishes the moment you turn your attention to it. I see the edge of a shadow, hear the tail end of a whisper, feel the aftermath of a presence just departed. The chair I sat in faced the window, but I found myself turning again and again toward the door. Something drew my attention there, some instinct that wouldn't let me rest. The doorway framed an empty hallway, but emptiness can be deceptive. Sometimes what's absent speaks louder than what's there. I remember my hands shaking, not from cold, though the house held a chill that seemed to seep up from the foundation. Fear, maybe, or anticipation. The line between the two blurs when you're waiting for something you can't name. The bookshelf cast its shadow across the carpet in a perfect diagonal line. I traced that line with my eyes over and over, using it like an anchor. Something solid in a room that felt increasingly unmoored from reality. The books themselves seemed to lean inward, as if they were listening, waiting to absorb whatever truth was about to unfold. There's a gap in my memory here. One moment I'm sitting in the chair, watching shadows and listening to the house breathe around me. The next, I'm standing by the window, my palm pressed flat against the glass. The surface was cold, so cold it almost burned, but I couldn't pull my hand away. Through the window, the yard stretched out in shades of gray and brown. Winter had stripped the trees bare, leaving their branches like dark scratches against the sky. But there was something else out there, a disturbance in the landscape that I couldn't quite identify, a place where the shadows fell differently, where the light seemed to bend and pool. Behind me, the floorboard sighed again. That same soft sound, like an exhale held too long and finally released. I turned, expecting to find the room empty as before, but something had changed. The shadow line from the bookshelf had shifted, though the light hadn't moved. Or maybe I was the one who had moved, though I couldn't remember taking a step. The silence in the house had weight now. It pressed against my eardrums, made my pulse sound loud as thunder in my own head. I held my breath, listening for something beneath the quiet. Footsteps, voices, the rustle of paper or fabric. But the house gave me nothing except the occasional groan of old wood settling into itself. I think I called out, "Hello," or "Is someone there?" The words felt strange in my mouth, like I hadn't spoken aloud in hours. The sound bounced off the walls and came back to me changed, smaller somehow, diminished. No answer came, but then I wasn't entirely sure I wanted one. The books on the shelves seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Peripheral vision catching movement that vanished the moment I turned my head, titles rearranging themselves, spines sliding deeper into shadow. I told myself it was tricks of light, the way afternoon sun can make stationary objects seem to dance, but the explanation felt thin, inadequate. My therapist asks about the house often. Whose it was, how I came to be there, what I was looking for among those dusty shelves. The answers feel important, like keys to locks I can't even see. But every time I reach for them, they slip away. All I can hold on to are fragments, the smell of old paper, the weight of watching eyes, the sound of that floorboard breathing beneath invisible feet. There was a conversation, I'm certain of that now, not with someone in the room, but through the walls somehow. Voices that seemed to come from the very structure of the house itself. Low murmurs that might have been words if I could just listen hard enough, if I could just remember how to hear. I pressed my ear to the wall beside the bookshelf. The plaster was cool against my skin, and for a moment I could swear I felt vibration. Not sound exactly, but something deeper. Like the house itself was speaking in frequencies too low for conscious hearing. The shadow line had moved again. Now it cut across the carpet at a different angle, bisecting the room like a knife. I stepped over it carefully, as if crossing some invisible boundary. The air on the other side felt different, thicker, more charged with possibility. That's when I found the paper, a single sheet, folded once and tucked between two books on the lower shelf. My fingers closed around it before my mind could process what I was doing. The paper was warm, as if someone had just finished handling it, as if it had been placed there moments before I arrived. The writing on it was familiar, though I couldn't place where I'd seen it before. Not the words themselves, which swam before my eyes like ink in water, but the shape of the letters, the particular slant of the script. It felt like reading my own handwriting, if my own handwriting belonged to someone else. I tried to read the words, but they wouldn't hold still. Each time I focused on a line, the letters would rearrange themselves, forming new meanings, new possibilities. Like a message written in code, but a code I'd forgotten how to break. The floorboard sighed again, closer this time, right behind me, as if someone had stepped up to read over my shoulder. I spun around, the paper crumpling in my fist, but the room remained empty. Just the bookshelf and the chair and the shadow line cutting across the carpet like a wound. But the air had changed. Where before it felt charged with potential, now it hummed with realization. As if the house itself had been waiting for me to find that paper, to hold it in my hands and feel the warmth of recent touch still clinging to its edges. I smoothed the paper out, trying to make sense of the words. They seemed to be instructions of some kind, or maybe a confession. The distinction blurred as I read, the meaning shifting like sand beneath my understanding. But one phrase repeated, appearing in different parts of the text like a refrain: "The shadow knows." The shadow line, I looked down at it again, that perfect diagonal cutting across the carpet. It wasn't just the absence of light anymore. It was a presence unto itself, a dark river flowing through the room with purpose and intent, and I was standing right at its edge. My memory fractures again here. The next clear image I have is of myself back in the chair, the paper nowhere to be seen, as if I'd dreamed the whole thing, but my fingers still tingled with the memory of its warmth, and the words echoed in my mind like an incantation. The shadow knows. The curtains moved one final time, a gentle wave that seemed almost like a goodbye, or maybe a beckoning. The windows remained sealed, but something had shifted in the room's atmosphere. The watching presence I'd felt all afternoon was gone, leaving behind only the hollow echo of observation. I stood to leave, though I couldn't remember deciding to go. My legs felt unsteady, like I'd been sitting far longer than I thought. The floorboard beneath the chair gave one last soft sigh as I stepped away, a sound that followed me to the doorway and beyond. In the hallway, I turned back for one final look. The room appeared exactly as it had when I'd first entered, shadow line cutting across the carpet, books standing sentinel on their shelves, but something fundamental had changed. The room knew things now that it hadn't known before, and so did I, though I couldn't say what those things were. I left the house that day carrying more questions than answers. The paper, if it had ever existed, was gone. The voices, if they had ever spoken, were silent. But the shadow line remained burned into my memory, that perfect diagonal dividing one reality from another. My therapist says I'm making progress, that the memories are coming back in pieces, like a puzzle slowly assembling itself. She doesn't know about the shadow line, about the way it cuts through my dreams now with surgical precision, about how I find myself drawing diagonal lines on paper over and over without conscious thought. The floorboard still sighs in my memory, that soft sound like held breath finally released. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between sleeping and waking, I swear I can feel someone stepping carefully above me, their weight causing the very foundations of my world to shift and settle. The shadow knows. Those words circle back to me now as I sit here trying to piece together what happened in that room. The shadow line that divided the carpet also divided my life into before and after. Before, when I thought I understood the difference between memory and imagination. After, when I learned that some truths live in the spaces between certainty and doubt. I trace invisible lines in the air as I speak, my finger following the path that shadow cut across the carpet. The gesture feels necessary, ritualistic, like I'm drawing a map to somewhere I've been but can't quite remember how to return to. The house stands empty now, or so I'm told, but I wonder sometimes if emptiness is the right word for a place that holds so many unanswered questions. The books still wait on their shelves, the floorboards still breathe beneath the weight of memory. And somewhere in that charged air, the shadow line continues its perfect diagonal cut across reality. That sound, that soft sigh of wood accepting weight it shouldn't have to bear, follows me still. In quiet rooms, in the space between heartbeats, in the moment before sleep claims me completely. A reminder that some presences leave echoes long after they've departed, and some shadows cast themselves across more than just carpet and floor. Story 7. The wooden floor, cold beneath my feet, creaked with every cautious step, disturbed only by the distant hum of a flickering fluorescent light. It should have been silent here, just the usual symphony of the old building settling into the night. Yet a faint murmur drifted from behind the walls, like whispers trapped in secret passageways. A draft grazed my skin, emanating from a door slightly ajar at the end of the hallway, where no door should be. The air felt charged, as if holding its breath, waiting for the past to speak. The smell comes back first, always the smell. Dust and something else, something sweet that shouldn't be sweet, like flowers left too long in water, or maybe it was the cleaning solution they used, the one that made my eyes water whenever I got too close to where they kept the supplies. I remember standing there, but I don't remember why I was standing there. The fluorescent light above me buzzed like an angry insect, casting everything in that sickly yellow glow that made shadows dance in corners where they shouldn't be dancing. There was someone with me, had to be someone with me, because I can hear a voice, can almost feel the warmth of breath near my ear. But when I try to focus on the words, they slip away like water through my fingers. You shouldn't be here. That's what the voice said, or maybe that's what I said. The memory shifts and changes each time I try to pin it down. The door at the end of the hall, it was painted green once, I think, but the paint had started to peel in long strips that curled at the edges. Someone had tried to fix it, tried to paint over the damage, but you could still see where the old color bled through. I touched the handle, cold metal against my palm, the kind of cold that seems to seep into your bones and stay there. Behind me, footsteps, slow, deliberate, the same rhythm as my heartbeat, which made me wonder if I was hearing my own pulse in my ears, or if someone was actually following me down that endless hallway. The building was supposed to be empty. That's what they told me. That's what I told myself when I first started noticing things that didn't belong, sounds from rooms that should have been vacant, lights flickering on in windows that faced the courtyard where no one ever went. I had a key, don't remember who gave it to me or why I needed it, but it was there in my pocket, warm from my body heat, heavy, the kind of key that opens doors you're not supposed to open. The murmur behind the walls grew louder, not words exactly, but something that wanted to be words, like a radio station just out of range where you can almost make out the song but never quite catch the melody. I turned the handle. The room beyond was smaller than I expected, smaller and darker, with only one window that looked out onto something I couldn't identify. The glass was dirty, streaked with what might have been rain or might have been something else entirely. There was furniture in there, a chair pushed back from a desk as if someone had just stood up and walked away. Papers scattered across the surface, some face down, some curled at the corners from humidity or age or neglect. I picked up one of the papers. My hands were shaking, though I don't remember being frightened. Not then. The fear came later when I started to understand what I was looking at. Numbers, rows and rows of numbers in careful handwriting. Dates, maybe, or measurements. Something important enough that someone had taken the time to write it all down, to organize it into neat columns and categories. But that's not what made me drop the paper. It was the signature at the bottom. The way the letters curved and looped in a pattern I recognized but couldn't place, like seeing your own face in a mirror after forgetting what you look like. The fluorescent light in the hallway went out with a sharp pop, not the gradual fade of a dying bulb, but the sudden darkness of something being switched off, deliberately. I wasn't alone anymore. Could feel the presence behind me, blocking the doorway, cutting off my escape route. But when I turned around, the hallway was empty, just shadows and the lingering smell of that sweet decay. The whispers were clearer now, coming from the walls, from the ceiling, from the space between the floorboards where dust had accumulated over years of neglect. You remember now. Not a question, a statement, as if the voice knew something I didn't know or something I had forgotten on purpose. I looked down at the paper in my hand again. The numbers swam and shifted in the dim light from the window, rearranging themselves into patterns that almost made sense, almost revealed the secret they were hiding. My name was there, somewhere in those careful columns. My name, or something close to it, something that used to be my name before I became whoever I am now. The chair creaked, empty chair in an empty room, but it creaked as if someone had just sat down, or stood up, or shifted their weight while trying to decide what to do with a person who had found their way into a place they shouldn't be. I backed toward the door, but the door wasn't where it should have been. The room had changed while I wasn't looking, walls sliding into new configurations, corners appearing where they hadn't been before. The window showed something different now, not the courtyard I expected, but another building, another window, another room where someone might be standing, looking back at me across an impossible distance. There was a face in that window, pale and indistinct, like a reflection in disturbed water. It might have been my face. It might have been the face of whoever had written those numbers, whoever had signed their name at the bottom of documents that shouldn't exist. The whispers stopped. Sudden silence that was worse than the noise had been. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums and makes you aware of your own breathing, your own heartbeat, your own existence in a space that doesn't want you there. I found the door again, or it found me. The green paint still peeling, the metal handle still cold, but something had changed. The hallway beyond was different, longer or shorter, I couldn't tell which. The fluorescent light was working again, casting that same sickly glow, but the shadows fell in different directions. My footsteps echoed differently as I walked back toward where I thought I had come from. The sound bounced off walls that seemed farther away than they should be, creating an acoustic space that didn't match the visual dimensions of the corridor. Behind me, the door closed with a soft click. Final, decisive, like a lock turning or a decision being made. But I still had the paper, crumpled in my fist, the numbers and letters bleeding into my palm through sweat and pressure. Evidence of something I couldn't name, proof of something I couldn't remember clearly enough to understand. The building was quiet again, the way it was supposed to be. The way it had always been, except for those times when it wasn't. When the walls held whispers and the empty rooms weren't really empty and the doors led to places that shouldn't exist. I made it to the main entrance, pushed through the heavy glass doors into air that tasted different, cleaner, less weighted with secrets and accumulated silence. But the smell followed me. That sweet decay, that hint of flowers left too long in stagnant water. It clung to my clothes, my hair, my skin, a reminder of where I had been and what I had found there. The paper was blank when I looked at it again, white and clean, as if it had never held those careful columns of numbers, that familiar signature, as if I had imagined the whole thing. But my palm still tingled where the ink had transferred, ghost writing on ghost skin, invisible evidence of an invisible crime. I went back, had to go back, the next day or the day after, I can't remember which. Time moves differently when you're trying to reconstruct something your mind doesn't want to hold on to. The hallway was the same. The fluorescent light, the cold floor, the smell of dust and sweet decay. But the door at the end was different, painted blue now, or maybe it had always been blue and I had misremembered the green. The key in my pocket was lighter, or maybe my perception of its weight had changed. Maybe the significance had shifted, making it feel less important, less heavy with purpose. I opened the door anyway. The room was empty, not just vacant, but empty in a way that suggested it had never been furnished at all. No chair, no desk, no papers scattered across surfaces that didn't exist. Just four walls, a dirty window, and the accumulated dust of abandonment. But the whispers were still there, fainter now but persistent, like voices calling from a great distance or from a great depth, trying to tell me something I needed to know but didn't want to hear. I stood in the center of the empty room and tried to remember what I had seen before. The furniture, the papers, the signature that had seemed so familiar, but the memories slipped away as soon as I grasped for them, leaving only the certainty that something important had happened here. Something important was still happening here. The face in the window across the impossible courtyard was clearer this time. Definitely my face, but younger or older, or the same age but somehow different. The way you look in photographs taken by other people when you don't know you're being watched. I raised my hand to wave. The face in the window raised its hand to wave back, but the gesture was delayed, as if the reflection was traveling through thick glass or deep water. Or as if it wasn't a reflection at all. The whispers grew louder, not words I could understand, but sounds that carried meaning anyway. Warnings or invitations or confessions, I couldn't tell which, maybe all three at once. I left the room, left the building, left the smell of sweet decay and the weight of forgotten significance. But I kept the key, and I kept coming back. Each time the door was different color, different handle, different degree of wear around the edges, but always the same room beyond, always empty, always full of whispers, always holding secrets I couldn't quite grasp. The face in the window changed too, sometimes mine, sometimes a stranger's, sometimes no face at all, just the suggestion of someone standing there, watching, waiting for me to understand what I was supposed to understand. The fluorescent light in the hallway flickered in patterns that seemed almost like code. Short bursts and long ones, pauses that might have been meaningful if I knew how to read them. Messages from whoever maintained this place, whoever decided which doors led where, and when the whispers would be loud enough to hear. I started bringing things with me, a notebook to write down what I found, a camera to document the changes, a tape recorder to capture the whispers and play them back later when I was somewhere safe and quiet and far from the influence of that place. But the notebook stayed blank, the camera produced only darkness. The tape recorder captured nothing but the hum of the fluorescent light and the sound of my own breathing, harsh and rapid in the artificial silence. The building didn't want to be documented, didn't want to leave traces of itself in the outside world. It existed only in the moment of experience, in the space between memory and forgetting where truth becomes negotiable. I found other rooms, other doors that shouldn't have been there, leading to spaces that defied the building's architecture. Some were empty like the first one. Others contained furniture that looked familiar but wrong, like pieces from my childhood home rearranged by someone who had only heard them described. In one room there was a telephone, old-fashioned black rotary phone sitting on a table that was too small for it. The receiver was warm when I picked it up, as if someone had just been using it. No dial tone, just breathing on the other end. Slow, steady breathing that matched my own rhythm perfectly. I hung up without speaking. In another room there were photographs pinned to the walls, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, black and white images of people I didn't recognize in places I'd never been, but something about them was familiar anyway. The way the subject stood, the angle of the light, the composition of each shot. They were all taken from the same perspective. as if one person had been documenting these strangers for years, decades maybe, following them without their knowledge, capturing moments they thought were private. I looked closer at the faces, tried to find myself among them or someone I knew, someone who could explain why these images were here and what they meant. But the harder I looked, the more the faces seemed to shift and change. Features rearranging themselves, expressions morphing from joy to sorrow to something that wasn't quite either. I backed away from the wall, backed toward the door, but when I turned around there were more photographs behind me, fresh ones still damp from the developing process. Pictures of me in the hallway, opening doors, standing in empty rooms with my mouth open as if I was speaking to someone just outside the frame. Pictures of me taking pictures of pictures, an infinite regression of documentation and observation that made my head spin and my stomach clench with something that might have been recognition or might have been fear. The whispers in that room were different, louder, more urgent, like voices arguing or explaining or trying to justify something that couldn't be justified. I ran, back through the maze of impossible corridors, past doors I hadn't opened yet, and doors I'd opened too many times. The fluorescent light strobed overhead, creating a stop-motion effect that made my flight seem disconnected from time and space. I made it to the main entrance, pushed through the glass doors into daylight that felt artificial after the consistent twilight of the interior spaces. But I could still hear the whispers, fainter now but persistent, following me down the street, around corners, into buildings that should have been safe from whatever influence that place held over the fabric of reality. The photographs were in my pocket. Don't remember taking them. Don't remember making the decision to steal evidence from a crime scene that might not have been a crime scene at all. But they were there, proof that I had been somewhere, done something, witnessed events that my conscious mind couldn't quite accept. I developed them in my own darkroom, locked the door, turned off the lights, went through the familiar ritual of chemicals and timing and controlled revelation. The images that emerged were different from what I remembered, not pictures of me at all, but landscapes, empty fields under overcast skies, abandoned buildings that looked like the one I'd been exploring but weren't quite the same. And in each photograph, barely visible in the shadows or reflected in windows or suggested by the play of light and dark, there was a figure. Human-shaped but indistinct, as if the camera had caught someone in the process of disappearing. Or appearing. I pinned the photographs to my own wall, studied them under different lights, from different angles, looking for clues that would help me understand what I was seeing. But the more I stared, the more I became convinced that the figure in the shadows was staring back, watching me through the medium of silver halide and photographic paper, aware of my scrutiny and somehow amused by my confusion. I went back to the building, had to go back. The photographs were just fragments, incomplete pieces of a story that needed to be told in full. But the building was different, smaller from the outside, as if it had contracted while I was away. The windows were boarded up, and there was a sign by the entrance warning of structural damage and unsafe conditions. The door was locked, my key didn't fit, or the lock had been changed, or maybe I had the wrong key entirely. Maybe I'd always had the wrong key and had been breaking into places I had no right to enter. I walked around the perimeter, looked for other entrances, other ways to access the interior spaces where the whispers lived and the empty rooms held their secrets. But there was nothing, just brick walls and boarded windows and the growing certainty that I had imagined the whole thing. That the hallways and doors and impossible architecture existed only in my mind, products of stress or guilt or some psychological condition I didn't want to acknowledge. I went home, tried to forget, tried to convince myself that the photographs on my wall were just artistic experiments, abstract compositions that happened to suggest human figures in the interplay of light and shadow. But the whispers followed me there too, softer now, almost inaudible, but present in the spaces between sounds, in the pause between the refrigerator cycling off and the heater kicking on, in the moment of silence before the phone rang or the doorbell chimed or someone knocked on my door. The building might have been demolished or abandoned or simply removed from reality by whatever force had created it in the first place. But the influence remained, the sense that I was being watched, documented, catalogued by someone or something with purposes I couldn't fathom. I started noticing things, small changes in my environment that shouldn't have been significant but felt loaded with meaning anyway. Books moved from one shelf to another, photographs rearranged in subtle ways. The angle of light through my windows shifted as if the sun was following a different path across the sky. And always the smell, sweet decay, flowers and stagnant water, the chemical tang of developing solution mixed with something organic and wrong. It was strongest at night, when the familiar sounds of the neighborhood faded and I was left alone with the whispers and the certainty that my home was no longer entirely my own. I would wake up and find doors open that I had closed, find my keys in different places, warm as if they had just been used, find footprints in the dust that gathered in corners I never claimed, footprints that matched my own but faced the wrong direction. The photographs on my wall multiplied, not new ones that I had taken, but variations on the originals. The same landscapes from different angles, the same shadowy figures in different positions, as if someone was continuing the documentation, expanding the record without my knowledge or consent. I took them down, burned them in the fireplace, watched the images curl and blacken and disappear into smoke and ash. But they were back the next morning, pinned to the wall in the same positions, looking exactly as they had before, except for one small difference. The shadowy figures were facing toward the camera now instead of away from it, looking directly at me through the medium of silver and light, their features still indistinct but their attention unmistakable. I stopped sleeping, started spending my nights walking through the neighborhood, looking for other buildings that might hold the same impossible spaces, other doors that might lead to rooms where whispers lived in the walls and empty chairs creaked with the weight of invisible occupants. But everything was normal, ordinary buildings full of ordinary people living ordinary lives, no green doors or blue doors or doors that changed color when no one was looking. No fluorescent lights that flickered in code or hallways that stretched longer than their architecture should allow. The strangeness was contained, focused on me and my experience and my growing inability to distinguish between memory and imagination, between documentation and delusion. I found myself standing outside the building again, the one that had been boarded up, condemned, removed from the normal flow of cause and effect, but it was open now. The boards were gone, the windows were clean, and warm light spilled from the interior onto the sidewalk where I stood. The door was unlocked, my key turned easily in the familiar mechanism, and I stepped back into the cold hallway where everything had started. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, the same sickly yellow glow, the same dancing shadows, the same smell of dust and sweet decay that had become as familiar as my own breathing. But something was different. The whispers were gone. The walls were silent, holding their secrets close and refusing to share them with someone who had proven unworthy of their trust. I walked to the end of the hallway. The door was there, painted white now, or maybe it had always been white and I had misremembered all the other colors. The handle was warm instead of cold, as if someone had just been touching it. I opened the door. The room beyond was exactly as I remembered it from the first time. The chair pushed back from the desk, the papers scattered across the surface, the window looking out onto the impossible courtyard where other windows held other faces. But now I could read the papers. The numbers made sense, arranged themselves into patterns that told a story I had been trying to forget. Names and dates and locations, carefully documented evidence of something that should have remained buried. My signature at the bottom of each page. My handwriting, my careful record keeping, my methodical documentation of events that I had witnessed and participated in and then tried to erase from my memory. The face in the window across the courtyard was clearer now. Not my reflection, but someone else. Someone I had known once before the forgetting began. Someone who had trusted me and who I had failed in ways that the numbers and dates and locations made painfully clear. The whispers returned, not from the walls this time, but from the papers themselves. Voices reading back my own words, my own careful accounting of choices made and consequences ignored and truths that I had buried so deep I had almost convinced myself they had never existed. I sat in the chair, picked up a pen that was still warm from recent use, added new entries to the ledger, new numbers to the careful columns, new evidence to the growing record of things I could no longer deny. The fluorescent light flickered and went out, but I kept writing in the darkness, guided by muscle memory and the weight of accumulated guilt. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they weren't whispers anymore, but voices calling my name and demanding answers I had spent so long refusing to give. When the light came back on, the room was empty again. No chair, no desk, no papers covered with my careful handwriting. Just four walls and a dirty window and the lingering smell of sweet decay that would follow me wherever I went. But I knew the truth now, had remembered what I had worked so hard to forget. The building, the rooms, the whispers, the photographs, all of it was real and all of it was mine. My creation, my responsibility, my punishment for crimes that existed in the space between memory and documentation. I walked back down the hallway. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting everything in that familiar sickly glow. My footsteps echoed differently now, weighted with knowledge I could no longer pretend I didn't possess. The wooden floor, cold beneath my feet, creaked with every cautious step. But I wasn't cautious anymore. I knew where I was going and why I needed to go there. The whispers had stopped, but only because they had finally been heard. Story 8. The latch made no sound as I turned it. Inside, my footsteps absorbed into the floor like walking on shadows. The air hung neither warm nor cold, yet it carried the weight of absence. Every surface I brushed past seemed to withdraw, refusing space. I flicked the switch on the wall. The room stayed dim, edges of furniture lost in gloom. As I reached for a familiar coat that should have been on its peg, my fingers grasped only air, leaving me caught between presence and void. The coat had been there that morning. I remembered the way its fabric caught the light from the window, the faint scent of rain still clinging to its collar. But memory, I've learned, can be as unreliable as the people who shape it. The empty peg stared back at me, a small accusation in the half-light. I moved deeper into the apartment, each room revealing its own catalog of missing things. The coffee mug that lived beside the sink had vanished. The book that always sat open on the side table, spine cracked at the same page for weeks, was gone. These weren't valuable items. They weren't things anyone would steal. They were the mundane anchors that made a space feel inhabited, and now they had simply dissolved. The silence pressed against my eardrums, not the comfortable quiet of solitude, but something heavier. The kind of silence that forms when sound has been deliberately removed, when conversations have been cut short and footsteps have learned to avoid certain floorboards. I found myself holding my breath, listening for something I couldn't name. In the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed its mechanical lullaby. I opened it, expecting to find the usual collection of leftovers and forgotten vegetables. Instead, the shelves held only the basics: milk, bread, eggs, as if someone had carefully curated what remained, keeping only what was necessary for survival. The thought struck me as odd. Who thinks in terms of survival when choosing what to keep in their refrigerator? The neighbor from across the hall had been watching me earlier. I'd felt her eyes through the peephole as I fumbled with my keys. When I knocked on her door to ask if she'd seen anything unusual, she opened it just wide enough for one eye to peer out. "Quiet as a tomb over there," she'd said, her voice carrying the rasp of someone who smoked too much or talked too little. "Has been for days." But that couldn't be right. I'd heard movement, footsteps above my head when I was trying to sleep, the soft thud of furniture being rearranged, the whisper of fabric against walls. These sounds had become the soundtrack to my insomnia, familiar enough that I'd stopped questioning their source. "Days?" I asked. Her eye blinked once slowly. "Maybe longer. Time gets funny when you're paying attention." She closed the door before I could ask what she meant. Back in the apartment, I sat on the couch and tried to piece together what I knew. The missing items, the neighbor's strange certainty about the silence, the way the light seemed to bend wrong in every room, creating shadows where there should be illumination. I pulled out my phone to call the police, then stopped. What would I tell them? That things were missing from an apartment I had no legal right to enter, that the silence felt wrong, that I was beginning to question whether the sounds I'd been hearing were real. The phone felt heavy in my hand. I scrolled through the contacts, looking for a name that might help make sense of this. But the list seemed shorter than I remembered. Names I was certain had been there were gone, leaving gaps in the alphabet like missing teeth. I wondered if I'd deleted them during one of those late-night spirals when loneliness makes you do things you can't quite remember. I set the phone aside and walked to the bedroom. The bed was made with military precision, corners tucked so tightly they could bounce coins. No one makes their bed like that unless they're not planning to sleep in it again. The thought arrived unbidden, carrying with it a certainty I couldn't explain. I'd seen beds made this way before, in places where people said goodbye without words. The closet door stood slightly open. Inside, clothes hung in perfect intervals, each hanger exactly the same distance from the next, but there were gaps, spaces where other garments had hung, marked now only by the slight indentations in the carpet where shoes had once stood. Someone had been selective about what to take and what to leave behind. The abandoned clothes felt like a message, though I couldn't decipher its meaning. I found myself thinking about the last conversation we'd had. It played in my memory like a recording that had been copied too many times, the words slightly distorted, the emotional context blurred. There had been tension, I remembered that much. A disagreement about something that seemed important at the time but now felt impossibly distant. The details kept slipping away whenever I tried to focus on them, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. "You never really listen," the voice in my memory said, but I couldn't place the tone. Angry, sad, resigned. The emotion that should have been attached to those words had somehow become detached, leaving only the syllables floating in the darkness behind my eyes. I'd been listening, hadn't I? I'd heard the footsteps, the moving furniture, the whispered conversations that seemed to happen just beyond the range of comprehension. But perhaps listening and hearing were different things. Perhaps I'd been so focused on the sounds that I'd missed their meaning. The bathroom mirror reflected a face I almost recognized. The features were familiar, but something in the expression seemed foreign. My eyes looked like they belonged to someone who had been asking the wrong questions for too long. I splashed cold water on my face, hoping to wash away the growing sense that I was missing something fundamental about my own situation. When I looked up, there was a smudge on the mirror. Not water, but something that had been there before I'd touched the surface. A fingerprint, maybe, or the ghost of one. I tried to wipe it away, but it remained stubborn and accusatory. I stared at it until my vision blurred, trying to remember if I'd ever noticed it before. The medicine cabinet hung open slightly. Inside, the shelves were mostly empty except for the basics. Toothpaste, aspirin, a bottle of prescription medication with a label I couldn't quite read in the dim light. I reached for it, then stopped. Some knowledge feels dangerous before you acquire it. Some truths change everything just by being acknowledged. I left the bathroom and returned to the living room, where the silence had grown even thicker. The absence of sound was becoming its own presence, filling the space like invisible smoke. I sat down and tried to think logically about what I'd observed. The missing items, the perfectly made bed, the selective emptying of closets and cabinets, the neighbor's insistence on silence where I'd heard activity. But logic felt slippery here, like trying to build a foundation on shifting sand. Every conclusion I reached seemed to dissolve the moment I examined it closely. Maybe the coat had never been on the peg. Maybe I'd imagined the sounds from upstairs. Maybe the neighbor was right about the silence, and my memory was playing tricks that were more elaborate than I wanted to admit. I found myself walking to the window, drawn by the need to see something beyond these walls. The street below looked normal enough, cars parked in their usual spots, though I noticed one space that seemed perpetually empty. A gap between vehicles that felt intentional, as if someone had claimed that piece of asphalt without actually occupying it. The apartment building across the street had windows that reflected the dying light, creating a mirror image of the world that was almost, but not quite, accurate. I watched my own window reflected in those distant panes, a dark rectangle that seemed to absorb light rather than emit it. For a moment I thought I saw movement in that reflected space. A figure passing behind me, too quick to identify but substantial enough to cast a shadow. I turned around. The room was empty. This was when the doubt began to take on weight, becoming something I could no longer ignore. I'd been operating under the assumption that I was investigating someone else's disappearance. But what if I was wrong? What if I was the one who had vanished, and everything I was experiencing was the echo of a life that was no longer quite real? The thought should have been absurd, but it settled into my mind with the comfort of truth finally acknowledged. I looked around the apartment again, this time paying attention to different details. The way dust had settled on surfaces in patterns that suggested recent disturbance. The faint outlines on walls where pictures had once hung. The subtle signs that someone had been systematically removing traces of habitation. But whose traces, and who was doing the removing? I walked back to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator again. The sparse contents looked different now, less like someone preparing for absence and more like someone trying to maintain the illusion of presence with minimal effort. The milk was past its expiration date. The bread had begun to grow a fine coating of mold. These weren't the supplies of someone planning to return. They were props in a performance that no one was watching. My phone buzzed, startling me in the profound quiet. A text message from a number I didn't recognize. Stop looking for what isn't lost. I stared at the screen until the words began to lose meaning, becoming abstract shapes that conveyed emotion rather than information. The message felt like a warning and a revelation simultaneously, but it raised more questions than it answered. Who had sent it? How did they know what I was doing? And most disturbingly, what did they know that I didn't? I tried to call the number, but it went straight to a generic voicemail that offered no identification. The voice that recited the standard message was artificially neutral, stripped of any characteristics that might reveal gender, age, or accent. It was the voice of deliberate anonymity. The apartment felt different now, as if the text message had shifted something fundamental about the space. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more profound. I realized I'd been thinking of this place as familiar, but familiarity was just another assumption I'd made without examination. How well did I actually know these rooms? How many times had I really been here? I tried to remember my first visit, but the memory was frustratingly vague. There had been an invitation, I thought, or perhaps a key left in a predetermined location. The details refused to solidify, remaining just beyond the reach of conscious recollection. It was like trying to remember a dream while fully awake, grasping for images that dissolved the moment I focused on them. The neighbor's words came back to me. Time gets funny when you're paying attention. At the time, I dismissed it as the rambling of someone who spent too much time alone. But now it felt like a key to understanding something I wasn't ready to comprehend. What if time wasn't moving the way I thought it was? What if the sequence of events I'd been constructing was wrong? I walked to the front door and examined the lock. It showed no signs of forced entry, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Some violations leave no visible traces. Some disappearances happen with the cooperation of the disappeared. I thought about the text message, the warning about looking for what isn't lost. Perhaps the real question wasn't who had taken the missing items, but why I was so certain they had ever existed. The hallway outside the apartment stretched in both directions, lined with identical doors that revealed nothing about the lives behind them. I knocked on the door next to the one I'd entered, but there was no response. The silence that answered felt different from the silence of absence. This was the silence of deliberate non-engagement, of people who had learned not to hear certain sounds or ask certain questions. I returned to the apartment and sat in the chair by the window, watching the street as daylight continued to fade. The empty parking space across the way seemed to pulse with significance, a void that demanded explanation. I found myself staring at it until the edges of my vision began to blur, hypnotized by the absence of what should have been there. That's when I noticed the pattern, other empty spaces scattered throughout the visible world, a gap in the row of mailboxes, a missing number on the apartment building across the street. Small absences that created a constellation of nothing, a map of what was no longer there, or perhaps what had never been there to begin with. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water rising. I wasn't investigating a disappearance. I was discovering an erasure. Someone or something was systematically removing traces of existence, editing reality with surgical precision. But the most unsettling possibility was that I might be both the investigator and the subject of this investigation. I closed my eyes and tried to remember how I'd gotten here, what had motivated me to enter this apartment, what I'd been hoping to find. But those memories remained stubbornly out of reach, protected by a fog that seemed to thicken whenever I approached the truth. When I opened my eyes, the room was completely dark. I couldn't remember the sun setting, couldn't recall the gradual transition from twilight to night. Time had jumped forward without my participation, leaving me stranded in a moment I hadn't experienced arriving at. I reached for the light switch, but my hand found only empty wall where I was certain it had been before. The familiar had become foreign, the reliable had become uncertain. I was losing my bearings in a space that should have felt known, becoming a stranger to my own experience. In the darkness, I heard a sound that might have been my own breathing, or might have been something else entirely. The boundary between self and environment was beginning to blur, leaving me unsure where I ended and the world began. This uncertainty felt like the answer to a question I hadn't known how to ask. The missing coat, the empty spaces, the neighbor's cryptic warnings, the anonymous text message, they were all pieces of a puzzle that was missing its center. And perhaps I was that missing center, the absence around which everything else was arranged. Perhaps I was both the seeker and the sought, the observer and the observed, the one who was lost and the one who was looking. The darkness pressed against me like a living thing, and I realized I could no longer be certain whether I was sitting in an empty apartment or floating in the space between what was real and what was remembered. The distinction no longer seemed to matter. What mattered was the recognition that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, only experienced. I remained in that chair as the night deepened around me, no longer searching for answers but simply accepting the questions. The silence had become complete now, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something beyond sound. In that silence, I finally understood what the neighbor had meant about time getting funny when you're paying attention. Sometimes the most profound disappearances happen in plain sight, witnessed only by the one who is vanishing. Story 9. The attic was quiet, save for the soft rustling of forgotten memories tucked away in dusty corners. A single beam of moonlight pierced the gloom, illuminating the worn wooden floorboards beneath its gentle glow. I noticed one of the old chests slightly ajar, its brass latch dangling loosely. As I stepped closer, a chill swept through the air, and the faint scent of mothballs mingled with something more acrid, unsettling. Everything appeared as it should, yet the palpable tension hinted at a story. The attic had silently kept one that was now whispering to be told. The brass latch felt warm against my fingertips, warmer than it should have been in this cold space. Its surface bore tiny scratches, fresh ones that caught the moonlight like silver threads. I remembered polishing that same latch years ago, remembered how it gleamed under the kitchen light before we stored the chest away. The scratches hadn't been there then. Someone had been here recently, working at the lock with something sharp, something desperate. Inside the chest, photograph albums lay scattered like fallen leaves. The leather covers had warped with age, their corners curled inward as if protecting secrets. One album sat open, its pages splayed at an angle that suggested hasty searching. The photos within showed family gatherings, birthday parties, ordinary moments that should have brought comfort. Instead, they felt like evidence of something I couldn't quite name. A child's drawing peeked out from beneath the albums, crayon marks faded but still visible. The stick figures held hands in a neat row, smiling faces rendered in bright yellow circles. But someone had taken a black crayon and drawn over one of the figures, obscuring it completely. The paper showed signs of pressure, as if whoever had done this had pressed hard enough to nearly tear through. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight as I shifted position. These were the same boards I'd walked across countless times during childhood games of hide-and-seek. Back then, I knew exactly which ones would betray my presence with their groaning protests. Now, they all seemed to cry out as if the house itself was trying to speak. The sound echoed differently than I remembered, more hollow somehow. A jewelry box sat in the corner, its velvet lining exposed to the moonlight. The tiny ballerina that once spun to a tinkling melody now lay on her side, motionless. Her pink tutu had faded to the color of old roses, and one of her arms had broken off at the shoulder. I remembered winding that music box every night before bed, remembered the comfort of its familiar tune. The silence it now offered felt like a small death. Books filled a wooden crate nearby, their spines creating a rainbow of faded colors. Poetry collections, romance novels, mystery stories, all the genres that had once provided escape during long summer afternoons. But someone had pulled several volumes from their neat arrangement, leaving gaps like missing teeth in a smile. The displaced books lay in a pile beside the crate, their pages splayed open to random chapters. A sewing basket overflowed with ribbons and threads, its contents more tangled than I remembered leaving them. Scissors glinted among the colorful chaos, their blades slightly open as if caught mid-cut. A half-finished embroidery project stretched across a small hoop, the needle still threaded with blue silk. The pattern showed a house surrounded by flowers, but the stitching had been pulled out in several places, leaving loose threads and tiny holes in the fabric. The scent of lavender drifted from a small sachet that had split open, its dried contents scattered across the floor. That fragrance had once meant comfort, meant grandmother's hands and gentle lullabies. Now it mixed with that other smell, the acrid one that made my throat tighten. I couldn't identify the second scent, but it reminded me of burnt matches or overheated electronics. A mirror leaned against the far wall, its silver backing spotted with age. In the moonlight, its surface reflected the attic space in fragments, showing pieces of the scene rather than the whole picture. My own reflection appeared distorted, broken into sections that didn't quite align. I looked like a stranger to myself, or perhaps like someone I'd forgotten I used to be. Wedding dress preserved in yellowed tissue paper filled another trunk. The fabric had aged to the color of old ivory, and tiny brown spots dotted the bodice like freckles. Someone had been through this trunk too, because the dress lay partially unwrapped, its train spilling out over the trunk's edge. A few of the pearl buttons had been cut away, leaving behind loose threads and empty spaces. Christmas ornaments nestled in their original boxes, each one wrapped in tissue paper that crackled at the slightest touch. Many of the boxes sat open, their contents exposed to the dusty air. Some ornaments had been removed entirely, leaving behind empty impressions in the tissue paper like fossils of celebration. The missing pieces had been special ones. I realized the handmade angels, the glass bells that chimed when touched. A typewriter occupied a small table near the window, its keys dusty but still responsive to pressure. A sheet of paper remained wound around the roller, with a few lines of text typed across its surface. The words formed the beginning of a letter, but the message cut off mid-sentence, as if the writer had been interrupted. The date at the top was recent, much more recent than the last time I remembered anyone using that machine. Paint cans lined a shelf along one wall, their metal surfaces rusty and stained. Most appeared to be old house paint, the colors chosen for rooms that had since been repainted multiple times. But one can sat apart from the others, its lid slightly askew. When I lifted it, the paint inside was still liquid, still usable. The color was a deep red, almost burgundy, and it had a metallic sheen that caught the light strangely. A child's rocking horse stood in the shadows, its painted mane chipped and faded. The leather reins hung loose, and one of the stirrups had broken away from its mounting. I remembered riding that horse for hours, imagining grand adventures across vast landscapes. Someone had recently oiled its rockers because they moved smoothly when I touched them, back and forth in a rhythm that seemed almost hypnotic. Letters tied with ribbon filled a hat box, their envelopes yellowed with age. The ribbon had been untied and retied, but not with the same careful bow I remembered. These were love letters, written in elegant script that spoke of promises and dreams. Several envelopes had been opened recently, their contents read by someone other than their intended recipient. The papers inside bore fingerprint smudges that looked fresh. A toolbox sat open beside the paint cans, its contents organized with military precision. Hammers, screwdrivers, pliers, all the implements of repair and construction. But some tools were missing from their designated spots, leaving behind clean outlines in the foam padding. The missing tools were specific ones, a small saw, a set of wire cutters. The kinds of tools that could be used for purposes other than home improvement. Quilts folded in cedar chests released their woody fragrance when disturbed. These were family heirlooms, stitched by hands that had long since stilled. Each quilt told a story through its pattern and fabric choices, memories sewn into geometric designs. But someone had unfolded several quilts recently because they bore new creases and showed signs of having been spread out and examined. A few stitches had been cut, as if someone had been looking for something hidden within the layers. A radio from decades past sat silent on a windowsill, its dial frozen between stations. When I turned it on, static filled the air, punctuated by fragments of distant voices speaking words I couldn't quite understand. The antenna had been adjusted recently because it moved freely in my hands, not stuck with the rust and dust I expected. Someone had been listening to something, trying to tune into messages meant for other ears. The moonlight shifted as clouds passed overhead, casting moving shadows across the attic floor. In those shifting patterns, I saw shapes that reminded me of things I'd rather forget. The shadows seemed to dance around objects, highlighting some details while obscuring others. What had appeared innocent in full light now took on sinister qualities in the interplay of illumination and darkness. A telescope pointed toward the single window, its lens cap removed and set aside. The instrument was focused on something outside, something specific in the neighborhood below. When I looked through the eyepiece, I could see into windows across the street, into rooms where people lived their private lives. The telescope had been used recently because the focusing knobs turned smoothly and the view was perfectly adjusted for someone's height, someone taller than me. Candles of various sizes clustered on a small table, their wicks blackened from recent use. Wax had dripped onto the table's surface, forming small pools that had hardened into irregular shapes. The pattern of the drips suggested the candles had burned for extended periods, providing light for activities that required more time than a casual search. The smell of burnt wax mixed with that persistent acrid odor, creating a combination that made my stomach turn. A diary lay open among the scattered items, its pages filled with handwriting I recognized but hadn't seen in years. The entries were recent, describing thoughts and plans that chilled me to read. The writing grew more erratic as the pages progressed, the neat script deteriorating into urgent scrawls. Some words had been written over multiple times, pressed so hard into the paper that they showed through to the pages beneath. The wooden support beams above my head bore fresh scratches, as if something had been hung from them and then removed. The scratches formed parallel lines, the kind that rope or chain might leave when bearing weight. Directly below these marks, the floorboards showed scuff marks and small indentations. Whatever had happened here had required preparation, had required someone to move furniture and equipment into position. As I prepared to leave the attic, one final detail caught my attention. Near the entrance, a small piece of fabric clung to a nail that protruded from the wall. The fabric was torn as if someone had caught their clothing while moving quickly in the dark. The material was familiar, a pattern I'd seen recently but couldn't immediately place. As I held it up to the moonlight, recognition dawned slowly, bringing with it a cascade of implications that I wasn't ready to accept. Story 10. I assured them I hadn't touched anything. They seemed satisfied, their attention turning elsewhere. Yet as they moved away, the cool air whispered a different story against my skin. The scent of lavender from the upturned vase clung stubbornly to my hands. Shadows shifted unnaturally across the wall, hiding secrets in their folds. A creaking floorboard echoed underfoot as if protesting my presence. The dust swirled in the narrow beam of sunlight, tracing patterns I couldn't quite decipher. I omitted mention of the heavy silence that pressed down around me, but the imprint was still on my gloves. The leather still remembers. Even now, weeks later, I catch myself staring at these same gloves draped over my kitchen chair. Brown leather, worn at the fingertips. They hold the memory better than my mind does, it seems. The ridged pattern of whatever I touched that day or didn't touch, as I told them, remains pressed into the palm like a fossil. I run my finger along the creases. Was it the frame, the one tilted at that impossible angle on the mantelpiece? Or perhaps the doorknob, brass and cold, that I swear I never turned but somehow found myself beyond? The house belonged to her, I knew that much, the woman who disappeared on a Tuesday. Or was it Wednesday? The days blur together now like watercolors left in the rain. She had been my neighbor for 3 years, maybe 4. We exchanged pleasantries over the fence. She grew roses, pink ones, I think, though sometimes I remember them as white. The detective with the tired eyes asked me about our relationship. Cordial, I said, neighborly. But that wasn't quite true, was it? There had been something else, a quality to our conversations that lingered after we'd gone back inside our respective homes. She would water her garden in the early morning. I would pretend to check my mailbox. We would nod. She would smile, or maybe that's what I wanted to remember. Memory has a way of softening edges, of filling in blanks with what should have been rather than what was. The morning they found her house empty, unlocked, with breakfast still warm on the table, I was already awake. I heard the sirens before I saw the lights, red and blue painting the dawn sky in urgent strokes. I pulled on my robe and stepped onto the porch. "When did you last see her?" the officer asked me later, notepad ready, pen poised. I told him about the evening before, how I'd seen her silhouette in the kitchen window moving back and forth, cooking perhaps, or pacing. The distinction seemed important then, though I couldn't say why. But I didn't tell him about the other thing. The way her movements had seemed wrong somehow, too deliberate, too measured, like someone performing the act of being alone rather than simply being alone. The gloves remember more than I do. They remember the texture of paper, smooth, expensive. A letter, a photograph, something that crinkled when touched, that left the faint scent of vanilla on the fingertips. But I told them I hadn't touched anything. The house felt different that day, not just empty, expectant, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for her return, or waiting for something else entirely. I followed them through the rooms, these officials with their cameras and evidence bags. The living room with its overturned vase, lavender scattered across hardwood floors. The kitchen with its abandoned coffee cup, lipstick stain on the rim like a kiss goodbye. The bedroom with its unmade bed, sheets twisted as if she'd fought against sleep. "No signs of struggle," one of them muttered to another. But what did they know about struggling? Sometimes the fiercest battles leave no visible marks. In the study, I found myself drawn to the desk, mahogany antique with brass handles that caught the light. Papers scattered across its surface, bills, letters, a half-finished crossword puzzle, 7 across, to vanish without explanation. 5 letters, the answer space remained blank. The detective noticed me staring. "Recognize anything?" he asked. I shook my head, but that wasn't entirely true either. There was something familiar about the handwriting on the letters, the way she dotted her eyes with perfect circles, the way her Y's descended below the line like tears. We had exchanged notes before, brief things slipped under doors or tucked into mailboxes. Your roses are beautiful this year. Thank you for bringing in my packages. Would you mind keeping an eye on the house while I'm away? That last one came back to me suddenly, standing in her study with the dust motes dancing around us. She had asked me to watch the house, but when and for how long, the memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. I excused myself to use the bathroom, down the hall, second door on the right, but I already knew where it was, didn't I? My feet found the path without conscious thought, avoiding the loose floorboard that would have announced my passage. The bathroom mirror reflected a face I barely recognized, pale, drawn, with eyes that held secrets I hadn't known I was keeping. Behind me, the shower curtain hung askew, as if someone had pushed through it in haste. Or as if someone had hidden behind it, waiting. I reached out to straighten it, then stopped. My reflection watched me hesitate, hands suspended in air. What was I afraid of finding? What was I afraid of remembering? The vinyl was cool beneath my palm, smooth. The same texture my gloves remembered, though that made no sense. The gloves remembered paper, not plastic, didn't they? Everything all right in there, the detective's voice carried down the hallway. Fine, I called back, just a moment. But nothing was fine. The face in the mirror knew it. The house knew it. Even the shadows seemed to line in closer, as if trying to whisper truths I wasn't ready to hear. When I emerged, they were wrapping up their initial survey. Preliminary findings would be available in a few days. They would need to speak with me again, of course. Standard procedure. I nodded, played the concerned neighbor, the helpful citizen. As they filed out, the detective with the tired eyes lingered. You sure there's nothing else? Sometimes people remember things later, after the shock wears off. I assured him I would call if anything came to mind, but I was already remembering things, too many things. Things that didn't fit together properly, like puzzle pieces from different boxes. The evening she disappeared, I had seen her in the kitchen window, but I had also seen her in the garden, hadn't I? Kneeling among the roses, her white dress bright against the dark soil. How could she have been in both places at once? Unless one of those memories belonged to a different day. Or unless one of them wasn't a memory at all. I went home and made tea, Earl Grey, the same blend she preferred. I had learned that from our conversations over the fence. She would hold her cup with both hands, even in warm weather, as if drawing comfort from the heat. I don't sleep well, she had told me once. The house makes noises at night. I had offered the usual platitudes about old houses settling, about wind in the eaves. But now I wondered if she had been trying to tell me something else, if she had been asking for help in the only way she knew how. The tea grew cold in my hands as I sat at the kitchen table, staring at the gloves. In the lamplight, the impression on the palm looked different, less like the texture of paper, more like fabric. Silk, perhaps, or lace. She had worn a white dress the last time I saw her, or thought I saw her, kneeling in the garden, her back to me, hair falling forward to hide her face. I had called out to her, hadn't I? But she hadn't turned around. Or maybe I had only thought about calling out. Maybe I had simply watched from my window, paralyzed by some instinct I couldn't name. The phone rang, startling me from my reverie. The detective's tired voice filled the kitchen. "We found something," he said, "in her desk drawer, a spare key to your house." The words hung in the air between us, heavy with implication. I heard myself asking why she would have such a thing, heard the surprise in my own voice, but underneath the surprise was something else. recognition, perhaps, or relief. "We'll need to search your property," he continued. "Standard procedure, you understand." I understood. I also understood that the gloves would have to be hidden, not because they proved anything, but because they suggested possibilities I wasn't prepared to explore. After I hung up, I sat in the growing darkness and tried to remember when I had given her the key. It would have been a neighborly gesture, mutual house-sitting arrangements, emergency access, the kind of practical trust that develops between people who share a fence line. But I couldn't remember giving it to her. I could only remember finding it missing from my key ring sometime in the past few weeks. I had assumed I'd misplaced it, had made a mental note to have another one cut. The search of my house revealed nothing, of course. They were thorough but respectful, these officials with their latex gloves and evidence bags. They found no signs of disturbance, no hidden secrets, no answers to questions they weren't quite ready to ask. But they didn't find the gloves either. I had buried them in the garden, beneath the roses I had transplanted from her yard, pink ones just as I remembered, though in certain light they looked almost white. The case grew cold as cases do. Other mysteries demanded attention, other disappearances required investigation. She became a file number, a statistic, a question mark in the official record. But the house next door remained empty, and I remained watchful. Sometimes, in the early morning hours when sleep proved elusive, I would see lights in her windows, soft, golden glows that lasted just long enough to make me question what I was seeing. The detective with the tired eyes stopped by one last time, months later. He looked older, more worn, as if the weight of unsolved cases had settled permanently on his shoulders. "People don't just vanish," he said, standing in my doorway. "There's always a trace, always a trail. We just haven't found it yet." I offered him coffee, which he declined. I offered theories, which he had already considered. I offered sympathy, which he accepted with a weary nod. After he left, I walked to the fence line where we used to talk. She and I, the roses were blooming beautifully now, fed by whatever secrets lay buried in the soil. Pink petals soft as silk, white centers bright as bone. I touched one carefully, mindful of the thorns. The texture was familiar, though I couldn't place where I had felt it before. Smooth and delicate, like expensive paper, like fabric, like skin. The memory came back then, sudden and complete, not of giving her the key, but of using it, not of watching her disappear, but of helping her, not of being innocent, but of being kind. She had asked for help, hadn't she? Not in words, but in the way she held her teacup with trembling hands, in the way she flinched when car doors slammed, in the way she watched the street from behind her curtains as if expecting someone to find her. "I can't keep running," she had whispered to me one evening, her voice barely audible over the fence. "But I can't keep living like this either." I had wanted to help, had offered to help, had helped. The details remained hazy, filtered through layers of protective forgetting, but the essence was clear now, crystalline in its simplicity. She had needed to disappear, and I had made it possible. The gloves remembered what I had chosen to forget. The texture of the documents I had helped her prepare, the feel of the money I had helped her count, the weight of the suitcase I had helped her carry to the car that waited in my garage. She hadn't vanished without explanation. She had vanished with my assistance, my blessing, my promise to keep her secrets safe. Standing among the roses in the fading light, I finally understood why I had transplanted them. Not as a memorial to someone lost, but as a garden for someone found. someone who had discovered with my help that sometimes the only way to survive is to become someone else entirely. The detective was right, people don't just vanish, but sometimes, with the help of a neighbor who understands the difference between truth and justice, they transform. They shed their old lives like snakes shed skin, leaving behind only the empty shells for others to puzzle over. I pulled off my gardening gloves and examined my hands in the twilight, clean, unmarked, innocent of any wrongdoing. The leather gloves were gone now, dissolved into soil and secrecy. But the memory of what they had touched, what they had helped accomplish, remained. Somewhere in a place I would never know, she was watering a different garden, growing different roses, living a different life under a different name. The thought filled me with a satisfaction I couldn't quite name. The house next door would sell eventually. New neighbors would move in, people who had never known her, who would never think to ask about the woman who used to live there. The mystery would fade into neighborhood legend, then into nothing at all. But I would remember, not everything memory is merciful in its selectivity, but enough. Enough to know that sometimes the greatest crimes are acts of compassion, that sometimes helping someone disappear is the most visible thing you can do. The roses nodded in the evening breeze, keeping their own counsel. Pink in the dying light, white in the shadows, perfect in their silence.